Hello, hello. Welcome back to another episode of Tiān 2, lucky number 13. This session is going to be an interesting one. After the events of last session, many different revelations coming to light. The history of Estelle's guardian spirits, if you will, being dug into a little bit more. The revelation of the Crown's involvement in the countries going on has been explored a little bit. The current situation with Mage Hill, ever so slightly dug into. Malman, the Durgar friend, now gone to help with Passet's deals and family outside of the group's concern at the present moment. And then, Leanna, finding something, someone, in a dream, a nightmare, a vision, or perhaps a prophecy. Whatever it is, we begin again, as everyone is starting to turn in for the evening at the Telltale Tapper. But as they do, Leanna, I think you awaken with a start.
Yep. Snaps up in a cold sweat, breathing heavily. Guys?
Huh? Yeah?
Um,
What's up?
I I saw him. I saw the resplendent promise.
Wait, you what? How?
I went to sleep and remember how Gertrude said that I have Bethal in my head. How
Yeah?
Bethal showed up again, saw visions, tried to communicate. It could only use words that I used. So I took a chance. Somehow, even in the dream, I was able to activate this. She taps the amulet of thoughts, and it worked. I was able to get the surface thoughts of Bethal, and I saw it. I saw the resplendent promise. It was huge, bigger than anything I'd ever seen before as a creature. Fire in its belly, rotting almost, skin pulled taut. When I say fire in its belly, I could literally see burning behind its sternum. Its head surrounded by blades of fire, or something along those lines. And Bethal thought, in Giant, I was able to tell the language. One important line. I want my resplendent promise.
Estelle just has many emotions across her face as you're describing what's happening. Mostly concern, but also surprise and shock and slight amount of terror at the end. Oh, okay, so that is very important, but how are you? Are you okay? Are you feeling fine? Is there
Shock.
anything?
Shock. gonna have a hard time getting back to sleep, and I don't know what to do with this. I just knew I had to tell you guys right away.
I scramble to get a piece of paper and try to write the description and try to draw it out of how big do you think it was, if you can make a guess.
At risk of sounding like I'm making a joke, gigantic.
Oh boy.
Taller than the sky, more vast than the mountains, I remember being shown.
So covered in blades with a face.
It had a halo of blades.
Oh,
Not covered.
halo.
It was its head was surrounded, starting above one shoulder, and then there were blades going. There's a gap between them. There's some amount of blades. I didn't get a count, but going over the head and down over to the other shoulder, all floating. Its skin was stretched thin, like that of an undead creature. Its teeth, missing a nose, like it's a skull with barely flesh on it.
I try to get a rough sketch of what it would look like.
Roll me a dex check with disadvantage.
Okay.
At some point, I really don't like this,
Right.
but gonna have to go to Victory Bay and speak with Bethel.
7.
See if I can get something more coherent.
That
Looks like
almost
a
sounds
really goofy skeleton with a halo of swords standing next to a triangle that represents a mountain with fire in its belly. Something like this.
It's a good start.
okay. Two things.
Wait,
One,
I have an idea. Leanna, it's going to take hours. You could take the Amulet of Thoughts, attune to it, then use it to see my thoughts, and I can project it to you.
Oh, that would be easier.
okay, that is certainly an idea, but I also would like to say, one, that idea that you just said, not that idea about the aim of thoughts, but the idea about going to talk to that thing, Faithal, that somehow sounds worse than me wanting to go to Rustyard. I don't know how, but it does. And two, when I asked how you were feeling earlier, I didn't mean like obviously concern for you, but like you don't feel anything wrong. You
No.
said you read its thoughts.
Yes.
It-
Just the surface. I dared not to try go any further.
okay, but you don't feel anything from that.
No. I I felt something testing me when I tried it, but I persevered. Nothing, as far as I can tell, is affecting me.
Okay. That's good for now, but please, if you think anything, even for a second, might be wrong, please tell me.
Of course. Of course. That's why another reason why I wanted to tell both of you as soon as I could what happened. So
Okay.
also you could double check me how I'm feeling. See if you could spot anything wrong.
Okay. Well,
Give a
we can
quick
definitely
medicine check.
try that.
Feel the forehead, general areas of the skin, see if it's clammy. Check your breathing.
Well, like I said, she's definitely in a bit of shock. So that's going to come up.
We'll get to that in just 1 second. Continue, Estelle.
Right. Okay, so uh for the for the time being, let's try to calm down, try to get the rest of a good night's sleep. Then in the morning we can talk further about this and see how plans should work from here, if they should be changed at all, and just keep going, okay?
I don't think plans should change at all.
I don't think so either, but I just didn't know if you had any thoughts about it. Okay, so let's try to get a good night's sleep, and in the morning we'll try to find a cart to hook Foxbot up to and make our way to Rest Yard. Alright. Oh, just one big thing after another with us.
As
Be
for
us
your
if
me-
it wasn't.
as for your medicine check, Passeth, uh, I don't think you have to roll, because the first thing that you notice when you touch Leanna is that her head is very sweaty. So it's just kind of like touching a damp rag. Um, but besides that, other vital signs like pulse and that are elevated, but not out of line with someone that just did some physical activity just before you did this. Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary with her. She's in good health, so.
Good.
Oh, I just noticed I didn't put my music on loop. That would be helpful. I'm like, it's really quiet now. I wonder what. Oh. Oh. Frick, which. I forgot which song I used. This one. There we go. So you guys are going to sleep for the evening?
Certainly going to try.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you guys get the benefits of a long rest in, as the rest of your nights are uneventful and without any dangers or undue cautions thrown your way. And you awaken to a little bit later morning, as you guys do sleep in a little bit later, and the new day is yours.
Okay.
We'll work on
Well,
finishing up the armor for you both.
alright. You can work
Quick,
on that. And
quick finishing touches.
okay.
Leanna is going to stretch and just try and get her head together. She's still a little out of it.
So here's what my current thoughts are. You can keep working on the armor, make sure it all works fine, and while you do that, uh, Tiana and I can go see if we could get a cart or something for us so we're not walking the entire time.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can hook it up to Boxbot. Well, with you here, anything can hook up to Boxbot. So, well, that sound good?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Alright.
it does.
It should be good. Should be ready by the time you guys get back.
Okay. Let's see if we can go find something then.
Okay. So just one more time above game, give me a rundown of what you guys are wanting to do.
At the
Sure
current
they're-
moment,
Yeah,
at
making
the
sure
current
that their
moment,
is good. Sorry. Making
You're
sure
fine.
that their armor is good, and they're going to purchase a cart so that we can travel in a little bit more comfort instead of just walking.
Okay. So Passeth, I'll have you, I believe this would be, roll me a leatherworker's tools check while they're out and about.
Yeah, just 22.
Okie dokie. So, what does Passeth think about while he's working on the finishing touches of their armor?
Trying to distract myself from the fact that my sister is out there causing a ruckus. Hopefully Melman can get through to her. And hopefully he doesn't die in the process trying to talk her down. And just distracting himself with his work, thinking of other things that, well, if possibility of fighting a giant monster, what can I make to fight something like that? Make a giant barrel bot? That's gonna be a lot of wood. If he has fire, then wood probably won't even be the optimal material to use. Might need to use stone or something alike. Definitely not metal because that would just cook us up. Just having all of these plans going through his head. It's that meme of that one lady with math symbols glowing in front of her face, just like you know.
Indeed.
Also, I'll be right back.
Okie doke. So, while Passeth is away and he is currently working away at the armor, Estelle and Leona, you are taking to the town to find a place to purchase a carriage in order to make traveling a little bit easier. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okie doke. I would say after a bit of walking around and I'd say even your passive investigation at this point would be able to suffice. You do come across a building towards not the directly up against the wall of the town, but a little bit inwards towards the south eastern end, and it attached to the side of the structure has a fairly small but still decent sized, I guess, about 20 feet by 20 feet area, and you notice the horses outside kind of chewing away at some hay and whatnot, and you would recognize this as a place for transportation if need be.
Oh, this looks like the place.
Yeah. Right. Let's see if we can find something.
Okay. Entering in. The shop is simple. It has a desk at the opposite end of the room that you've entered in on, a table in the center, chairs around it, seemingly a place to work out and hash out some business. You notice various kinds of probably personal knickknacks and other effects around the room. There's a grandfather clock on the left-hand side. And the man who is currently in the room behind the desk looks up. You see that he is a dark-skinned man, curly hair, looks to be around his 30s, appears to be half-elven, and his eyes go from the desk and up to you, and he greets you with a small smile. Can I help you?
Hi, hello.
Yeah.
Yes, we would like to purchase a cart.
Oh, okay. Are you looking for a cart or a carriage?
More of a cart than a carriage.
Okey-doke. How many passengers were you intending in this cart?
2.
A 2-passenger. Are you looking to go for luxury or for pragmatism?
Pragmatism.
Pragmatism. 2-person cart. What were you intending to pull this cart?
We have a artificer with us who has a creation that can do that.
The man looks at you and blinks twice when you say artificer.
Made
They're
a
not
machine.
common.
Leanna's used to them. Her mom is one, so she's not going to think twice about it.
We have a friend who made something that can pull the cart for us, so we won't need an animal to do that.
Would you say that the cart is, or the creation, he kind of makes a weird motion with his tongue, almost as if the word is weird to say, is roughly the size of a horse, just so I know what kind of cart I'm giving you. I don't want to give you something made for a mule when it's, the size of a Clydesdale.
Box spot's about the size of a pony.
It's about pony-sized.
So I'll make sure that the connection there is smaller. Are you looking for something custom made or something that we have lying around.
If you have lying around, that would be fantastic.
Okie doke. Lying around. Got. And he's just kind of looking over some statistics on his paper, and he's just kind of mulling it over when there's the sound of the door behind you guys opening and closing once more, and you see a woman coming in, a human woman, dark skin, hair tied back in braids into a ponytail. She appears to be wearing workers' clothes, a little bit muddy, a little bit tattered, but in her arms you notice a baby. And she says, "Oh, sorry, didn't mean to get in your way."
Not a problem.
Nothing's wrong at all.
And she just kind of walks by you guys and goes up to the man and says, I just got done with the horses outside, Gerald. Is there anything else you need, or can I see the junior for a little while? He's starting to get nibbly." And the man just looks over at her and chuckles a little bit. "Yeah, I'm all right up here. I'll take care of business. We got ourselves a couple of customers, so that should be a nice little boost." She smiles at him and kind of pats him on the shoulder and walks away and walks behind the counter, and that's when you hear as there appears to be a hatch going downstairs that she descends the stairs and closes the door behind her. And then the man that is recognized as Gerald now will look back up to you and say, "Okay, if it's a cart for only 2 people, it's supposed to be a little bit smaller, so that's not that big of a hassle. I think I got one in stock already," and he kind of looks behind him, but there's just a wall there. I say probably around, well, are you planning on hauling yourselves, or is it going to be hauling stuff with you as well?
It will be ourselves, as well as some equipment to just have it be a lighter load on us as some of us walk. But yeah.
Well, in that case, a cart that height, that weight, that'll be about 12 gold.
Right. And
I can do that.
Oh,
I got it.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Leanna will reach into her coin purse, pull out 12 gold, and hand it to him.
Okay. Pleasure doing business. Let me just go out back and I'll pull up the cart for you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And the man leaves, and you can hear as he's kind of walking by the stable, you can hear him say, "Now be a good girl and let me..." Ow! No! No biting! No biting! As he's doing his own thing. And a moment passes as you are waiting, and the door that was only, closed somewhat, it's still ajar, so it's still pushable, starts to kind of move a little bit, but it's not moving all the way, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Estelle's just kind of looking at it and, confused, will call out, "Hello?"
Would you like any assistance?
The door just keeps kind of moving in that same pattern. Not frantic or, violent. You just hear a soft little tut against it as it's slowly trying to be pushed open, but seemingly can't be.
Let's go help.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys go over to the door. Who opens the door?
I will if that's alright.
Yeah.
Okay. Estelle, as you open the door, there's a quick blur of what looks like dark brown and red feathers as it passes right by your head.
Immediately looking in the direction where it went and thinking, oh, that was probably a bad idea.
Both you and Leanna can see, hovering about 4 or so feet off the ground, not hovering, flying, 4 or so feet off the ground, is a little sparrow with an envelope in its mouth.
Oh. Okay. Estelle will, she is going to go over to it and see if the letter is addressed to anyone in the group, and if so, to keep it, and if not, just leave it on a counter.
Okay? As you go over to the sparrow looks up to you, kind of cocks its head to the side, and leans its head forward to give you the envelope.
Right. Estelle will take it and look for an addressee or who it's supposed to go to or who sent it.
Okay? As you take it, the sparrow just kind of flies away and flies back out the door. And as you look at the envelope, it is a plain white envelope with a kind of wine red seal on the back, but the seal itself doesn't have any distinguishing marks, just appears to be a generic wax seal being used.
That's different.
Right. And it. And is there nothing saying who it's supposed to go to?
Nope.
It let me take the letter, so do you think it's to me or you, or is it for
It's
here?
to definitely. It's to one of us, I think.
Yeah, probably. Well, on the off chance that it isn't, I'll apologize later. And she's going to open it.
You open it and you start reading.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Estelle, you read this. Just for the audience, I sent Zalden, the player, a message telling him what the letter says.
no, it's actually for Astana and Listel.
Damn. Second time this year.
Okay. Well, it is technically for you, but you would tell me anyway. It's from your mom, actually.
Oh,
Uh,
yeah.
and, so we'll, having a quick read over, uh, we'll say that, then, hand it to you for you to read.
Leanna
And I'm going
will
to.
take it and immediately start reading.
And this is where Zalda, the player, sends it to the other player.
Leanna tears up a little on reading the message, but she knows. Looks like. Looks like. Well, at least they're okay. Jenny's okay. We're just not going to be able to rely on them assisting with the search as well. But that's fine.
So, for reference for the audience, so they know what it says, the letter says, Leanna, we hope this letter finds you well. Your father and I have been searching for your sister and have pulled up little luck. The western side of the country has not yielded many positive results, and I have to soften this next message with some good news. Bartholomew and Janessa have been doing well, and some of your uncle's magic has proven helpful to her condition. She's even walking around town under her own power. However, the unfortunate news is that your father and I will not be able to continue our search due to events outside of our power. Your grandmother has called on your father to help with Ivir, to help with problems back home. We could not deny the request. We trust that you will be able to bring your sister home. We love you, and we will help in any way we can as soon as we can. You are my brilliant baby girl, and if there's anyone in this world that I trust to save both of my precious daughters, it's you. You're my North Star in the darkest night, Leanna, and I am so proud of you and the woman you've become. Geneva Monolay. P.S. Your father misses you and cries every night, but don't tell him I told you that.
Your papa love.
Well, needed that, even if it was sad.
Well, it's still some good news. Your sister is able to walk around.
Yes. Very happy to hear that.
P.S. What's this I hear about you being friends with a fairy who's wearing a barrel?
That'll come later. You know, random tangent for a brief moment. That's gonna be very fun to see. Have both Geneva and Passett's artificer inventions. That's going to be so fun to see how they interact.
Leanna,
Mm-hmm.
I would say that there is one peculiar note in this letter. You would know that Ivir is the country your father hails from, as he is not a member, or not a. He was not born in Tiān 2. But you remember your father telling stories about the harsh winter nights. And you remember that he was raised by a single parent, essentially. But it wasn't his mother. He was raised by his grandmother. He never met any of his parents.
Okay, that's more concerning. Dad was raised by his grandmother. He never met his parents. So, gonna insight the letter, I guess. See if
What?
see if Mom's trying to have a hidden thing in there.
Okay. Yeah, roll an insight check. I'll make it flat because it's someone you know well.
That's a 10.
10? It's not like some hidden message. The hesitation in the writing is probably due to her lack of familiarity with referring to this person.
Okay.
It's odd for her is what you extrapolate from the letter.
Less concerning than I thought, but still moderately concerning.
The door swings open again. I got your card already here. Do you need any help getting to where you need to go, or are you good from here?
We should be good, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Well, it's here when you need it. Thank you very much, and pleasure doing business with you.
Indeed.
Okay. So you guys now have a cart. Whoever wishes to add that to their inventory, you may.
I'll add that if that's alright.
Go for it.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm assuming you guys are heading back to the Telltale Tapper once you are done?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As you guys head back, Paseth, you are continuing to work on this project. And it's going phenomenally well. The rivets are, weirdly enough, due to the fact that the rivets are wood, it would normally be a little bit harder to pierce the leather and try and, work it around. But you're a very smart boy. And you masterfully pierce the leather in such a way as the rivets are now in there. They are positioned well along the straps of armor, adding additional security. And with a wonderfully well done roll of a 25,
Right.
you don't notice this as much, as this is just so natural for you. But as you continue working, it's almost like drifts and, I don't want to say plumes, wisps of magic seem to almost spark out of your fingers as you continue to work. And as you finish, the suits of armor are done and they are looking fucking pristine.
Aw, yeah.
It is around that time that Leanna and Estelle return.
Hello.
I had each of their suits
Well.
on their bed for them, all nice and ready.
Oh,
I
wow.
must say, I think I outdid myself.
Look incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you always do good work, but this is great work.
Oh, thank you. I tried my best. Go on and try them on, see how they feel.
Of course.
Alright.
Okay, for the purposes of this, because of the ludicrously good roll from Passeth, you guys put on the armor, and it is indeed studded, and it is indeed leather. But for purposes of managing your inventory, both Leanna and Estelle, you can add a +2 studded leather armor.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
You got a fairy on your team. That's a huge boon.
Yeah, that's very, very good.
Yeah.
From standard to +2. Oh wow. Okay.
Gotta
How
keep
do
me
I add the
protected.
+2?
So on the inventory tab, below your gold count, do you see the manage inventory button?
Yes.
Alright, so click on that, type in the filter, your armor, and you can further specify and filter out other items to find the studded leather +2. The official item, if you just
Oh,
want to
there
search
it
it
is,
up,
okay.
is, yeah. For some reason, it has a comma before the +2, and I don't like that. I don't know why, but I don't.
Needs to make sure that you know that separate studded leather +2.
Yeah, I found it.
All right. Oh wow.
This is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it would be like more or less the same, but like, this is actually really good. You did fantastic with this.
You'll feel all agile, like you still do all your flips.
Yeah.
yeah, this is outstanding work. I might get you to work on my shield when we have some time to rest.
Oh, absolutely. I do keep on making my own emblems for you too. If you have any desire for something different, I can put something else on your shield, or I can work on any of your the other studs that I put into your armor, making different emblems for you.
Uh, well, at the moment, I'm perfectly happy with these, but if something does come up, then if I do think of something, then yeah, I'll take you up on that.
Right. And we were successful as well. We got a cart that can get hooked up to Boxbot. And I also got a letter from my mom. Janessa is doing well. Bartholomew was able to get her up and about some more, so that's always good. But Mom and Dad aren't going to be able to search for Alayla anymore. They were called back to my father's homeland, Ivir. So depending on what's going on after we get Alayla and get that sorted, or if we get more information, I may need to go there.
No, you were right the first time. Definitely we.
I didn't want to speak for everyone.
And it's my family too now.
Working on. Worry too much until they can either get back or get another letter over to us. Then we can help you out as much as we can.
Mm.
I've actually never been over there.
I haven't either. As far as I know, the last time Dad was out there was shortly before he came here.
I have some untapped potential over there.
All right. I guess we're as ready as we can be. So, I guess we go to the rust yards and whatever we find there.
Yep. And whatever it is that may or may not happen to me.
Whatever it is, we'll meet it head on.
Right.
Okay. So you guys are heading to the rest yards now.
Yep,
Yep.
that was the
Facing
plan.
off.
And
Facing
nothing
off
has changed.
whatever. Facing whatever Gertrude
For what's
prophesied.
I can prop up the harness to actually connect BoxBot or add like handles for the harness on each side. Got that extra wood for them.
Okay. Now, I do remember last week that, Maru, you did mention that you wanted to mention what you saw in your dream to the queen. Is that something you still want to do, or?
That was me. Leanna has thought better of bursting in and going, "Hey, I had this dream," to the queen.
Okay. I just don't want to skip out on something you might have just forgotten in the moment.
Yeah, no,
Queenie, I just had this crazy dream last night.
Hey. Okay. Simple as that then. You guys will begin your trek to Rust Yard. Now, Rust Yard is a far shorter distance than the trip from Shirak Natal to Bronzewatch. So, you won't be on the road as long, but I will still need a survival check from someone in the group.
I volunteer, if that's good with everyone else.
Go for it.
Alright. Survival. Here we go. Ooh, a 26.
Nice.
26. Okay. So, as you are continuing on your way, the farther up north you're going, even though slight, it is different up here. The clouds are darker, and it's not stormy, but it feels very guarded. Something about this area just, it doesn't feel as inviting as somewhere like Ember Hollow or New Pass. Nothing that's directly screaming, "Get out," or anything, but it just feels like you should be at home in bed on a cloudy day. And the passage of about a week or so between the cities goes by, and there are a few notable things that Estelle with her 28 or 26 did pick up. First thing that you have noticed is there is an odd strap of leather on the ground, noticeable as it's sitting on top of the piles of leaves that surround the area and surround the road. If you were to pick it up at this time, for one, I shouldn't speak for you. If you saw something like that on the road, would you pick it up?
Definitely investigate it at the least. Might not keep it, but if it's in the middle of the road and the last time something odd like this happened, like the last time we saw something in the middle of the road, a little bit later we found Puddlefoot, so if there's anything wrong with this, then definitely would be a little bit more alert.
Okay. As you look at it, it's strange. It's clearly a leather, but the leather itself, I'm counting this for from your 26 survival check. It's weird. It's hide, but it's chitinous. It feels almost like a shell, kind of like a turtle almost, but it's way too layered, kind of like scale mail armor. It's sturdy, a little bit less flexible, but it's definitely something that was harvested and attached to a larger suit of armor, but you've never seen this kind of armor, and you're pretty sure you've never seen whatever animal they harvested it from.
I definitely want to pick that up. You imagine how crazy my barrel would look with that.
Well, Estelle does indeed plan to show it to Passeth to see if he can maybe figure out what this is, because she doesn't, and that's a little weird to not even know animal type. It's Definitely not from around here, at least. That's the case.
Well, nature.
What are you trying to do?
See what kind of animal it's from, or if it was an animal, probably monstrosity.
Okay, Paseth can roll nature at disadvantage.
Okay. Probably that one because that's a natural 2.
For a total
Oh, so
2 plus 5, so 7.
7.
Or a 14 plus 5, 19.
oh, 7 to
Yeah.
19. Oh, that's unfortunate.
As you look at
That-
this, Paseth, the first thing that comes to mind for you is, could this be like an unseelie court kind of thing? But you think about it for a while and you can't really place any beasts or creatures you've heard of that look like this in particular, so it's kind of lost on you at the moment.
Uh, maybe a giant bug. I am kind of at a loss. I do
Oh,
think that I do want to pick that up though. So watch my back while I go get it.
You
okay.
guys have it.
Oh,
Yeah, you took it from her. You're holding it currently.
oh. Well, never mind then. Uh, I'm gonna work on this. My barrel is gonna look so cool.
Okay.
All right.
As that first day of adventuring comes to an end and you guys make your camp, is there anything you wish to do that first night?
Um, if it's all right, I would like to see if rolling a wisdom check to see if Estelle could muster up the courage to talk to Foael, because she hasn't done that in a bit, and she's a little worried.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. And wisdom check. 19. I would say that's sufficient.
Okay. So you tried to conjure Foael, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And she's going to uh, say to the group what she's doing, just to not let them be worried about if they hear talking, but there's no one else, just to not freak them out.
Nah, we got you.
Even odds
All
that
right.
I see her this time.
Yeah, there is a chance.
Okay, so you're not going into a private area, you are just conjuring her right there, correct?
Uh, um, yes and no. It's going to be still relatively close, but not like if they talk loud enough, they could be heard, but general conversation, not
Can you
close
be
enough to be seen if something's wrong.
so you can be seen?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, like
I
within eyesight and earshot. If something happens, that one group can go to the other if necessary, but just for the sake of the conversation Estelle wants to try to have, uh, she'll be separated so that uh, on the off chance that both could be seen or heard, then just for sake of that privacy.
Okay. Estelle, can I get from you another wisdom check?
All right. That one's a 20.
Okay. So, as you, like before, bring about this aspect of, in a little ways, yourself, but more so as a guide or a friend, you feel a resistance. And it's only for a moment as the resistance fades and you open your eyes and you feel the presence of Foael, but you do not see her. Passeth and Leanna, are you looking at Estelle at this point?
Yes.
Okie doke. Passeth?
Looking away.
Understood.
Probably not. Just doing my own thing.
Leanna, can I get a perception check from you?
Dirty 20.
Doo-doo-doo. Okay. As you're looking over at Estelle, you see her taking a second to herself, and from behind her, you see a manifestation of a form, and it appears to be miniature, around roughly the size of Passeth. And its clothes seem to be long, about twice the size of its body. A dress of dark purple draping downward. A head that you see from behind shaven clean, as this figure is floating behind Estelle.
Is that what Foael looks like? Is that her?
Feeling her presence but not seeing her, Estelle's going to just kind of like turn and look to see if she can find her, or
Okay. As you begin to turn, Leanna, you see in a very airbender-like move, Foe just rotates with the back of Estelle's head. Estelle, you see nothing. You look back and you see Leanna staring back at you.
I poke my head up from behind Boxbot and like, what? You actually can see her?
Yeah. Ever since my eyes did this, I've been able to see... I was able to see Cirrus at Sharuknatal.
Right, but we actually tested it out with Flo, and that didn't work. Oh,
Passeth,
yeah?
you look over in that direction and you see nothing.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm
She
not
is shifting behind Estelle's head repeatedly to stay out of vision.
And Estelle's going to turning and still not seeing, but definitely feeling her. Estelle will ask, "So, are everything all right?"
Are you sure that's the answer you wanna, or are you sure that's the question you wanna ask? Or is there something else you wanna know?
I, I mean, it, there is, but er, uh, er, sorry, but it's just not working right now. Are you okay? Why aren't you here? Why can't I see you?
You've summoned me before. I am here. Maybe in the far reaches, maybe close by. But again, I don't think that's what concerns you. I'm sure there's plenty more I can ask you, or you can ask me.
Well, if you're phrasing it that way, I assume you know what I wanted to ask.
Oh, why would I do that? You have so many interesting questions. Roll an insight check, Estelle.
Yeah, yeah, definitely going to
Leon.
uh
I think that
30-20.
Um, as you hear this voice, it's not tired anymore, and it's very short. There is an obvious, I don't want to say anger, but there's an obvious tension in that voice that would tilt more towards the angry side.
Okay. Well, I'm I'm sorry that I upset you. I I didn't think that just being sorry, birds are. Why do birds always feel me like with you? I I didn't know that it would be. I guess I don't know. I'm sorry that I am trying to bring up something that is clearly a sensitive topic. I'm just curious, but curiosity always did get me in trouble.
It's not your curiosity, it's your lack of consideration, Estelle. I didn't answer multiple times for a reason. And you poked because you wanted to know. And despite everything we've done over these years, I thought that maybe that kernel of privacy I could have would be kept sacred. But I guess I should just be allowed to divulge everything, so I'm sure you have a question for me. That's why you usually call me here, right?
That's the only thing I wanted to do. I did genuinely want to talk with you. It's been a long time since we have, and a lot of things have been going on, so I wanted to talk with both of you anyway. It's just, I guess I finally managed to work up the courage and ask once. I'm sorry I didn't. That I poked and prodded. I'm sorry that I didn't keep this one thing. But I did genuinely just want to talk this time. I wanted to ask, yes, eventually, but I can see that now isn't a good time, so if you want to go, I'll let you go, but I did just want to talk with you for a bit.
Leanna, you see that the figure is, for a moment, hanging behind Estelle before, in a swirl of their clothing, they kind of collapse in a small shape and disappear. And Leanna, or Estelle, you no longer feel the presence of foe around you.
He left.
She's gonna hang her head down and just her head down and wipe her eyes a little bit, starting to mist a little bit, and just head on back to the group.
Leanna's going to go closer and offer a hug.
And she'll gladly take it.
Be alright. Just needs to calm down.
Feel a tiny hand on your hand, still. We're both here for you.
Thanks, guys. So, were you able to see her?
Liana was, but I couldn't.
Okay. So, you know. Okay, so that's definitely interesting. And
She was doing her best to stay behind you so you couldn't see her.
of course she was. I I'm just why do I always seem to ruin relationships?
You don't. Every relationship will go through hard times.
Pretty much all relationships. There's always going to be bumps in the road.
I just hope this one won't be as long as I feel like it's going to be.
It's something you got to work on.
You make a mistake, you learn from it, you don't repeat the mistake.
Yep. Trying to do with all our friends, family. We've made mistakes and we're trying to learn from it.
Yeah, I just don't know how to fix this one. Or to learn. Well, I know
Well,
how to learn from it, but
you
I
start
just
by giving
don't.
her space, for one. Let her talk. Speak with her when she wants to speak with you.
Yeah,
And apologize.
Speaking
and
of our family members, I wonder, I should probably check in on my family in the Feywild. Hopefully, hopefully their influence wasn't touched there. We had Mad Maestro. Hate to see
I
what my brother would be doing if we if I somehow spurned him. Probably
that
by not following in his footsteps.
would probably be um probably be good to check at the very least. Probably not, but
I
yeah,
mean, the fact that your friends were able to get the morality killer from
Morality
the
dissolver.
yeah, from the Unseelie Court.
that is true.
They do have
But
acts.
yeah, yeah, you can go do that while we're camping for the night here if you'd like, or sometime later. I don't know. I'll leave that to you.
I I can't personally do that
Oh,
by myself. I need a portal.
true.
One,
Well,
one one of those little gateways.
there is one we know near Shrekentau, so if we find ourselves back there sometime soon, then we can do that, or if we happen to find one on our way.
Right. Definitely want to check in on that though. Put it on the massive list we have. It's actually not that long of a list, but it feels massive just
Hmm.
for how heavy it is.
Hmm. Yeah.
Anyway, good pep talk. I need to get back to saying about this chitin.
All right. Well, you always do good work. I know you'll do well on that.
Oh, it's
You
gonna
got
be so
this.
badass.
and Estelle's going to give him a pat on the back with a singular finger, and through that cast guidance to help her with that.
Okay, so just so I get your intention, you intend to... Are you trying to build the Titan outside?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll say this, and I'll say that
I'm-
Passeth would be able to... That's a big project, even for you. I would say that Passeth would need access to a genuine workshop in order to do something like that.
I also do have the other barrel, the barrel of finer quality wood. I'd probably be building it onto that one eventually. So then I would probably start working on the pole of collapsing.
Okay. Yeah, stuff like adding studs or doing the pole of collapsing, that's one thing. But if you're making like a Fallout-esque type suit of armor, yeah, you're gonna need a workstation, plenty of supplies, plenty of room, you know.
How much chitin do we have? Or chitin, or whatever.
Oh, that's like a belt.
Ah,
It's just like you found like a strip of it on the ground.
okay.
Like, it could be worn as a very convincing headband.
Oh, that's what I was going to work on. I thought it was a little bit more, but okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'll still be working on the pole of collapsing.
Okay. Give me a tinkering check. So a 12. 16 because of your proficiency.
Yeah.
Okay. You're coming in really quiet too. Are you away from your microphone?
No, I'll try just resetting again.
Okie doke.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off with that.
No problem. You're good.
Am I coming in clear now?
Yes.
Okay, good.
You work a little bit into the night, and it's weird. This pole it's conceptually fairly simple, but there is just something that is throwing you off when it comes to your ability to craft the magic into the pole as you intend. The carving is going better, but it's really just not... Something is not connecting. There's a wire that is just not connecting with this project. And I'll say that for this specific purpose, That pole that you have been using on, I will say, is an expended item, so you no longer have it.
Okay, good thing I brought two. Should have went back and got more.
Is there anything anyone else would like to do for the night?
Set up a watch rotation, I guess.
Yeah, I can go ahead and take the first. Well, actually, I'll do the second. Depending on when the stars would be better, I'll do the second.
Paseth and Mar and Leanna?
That's pretty much all I could do. So,
What watch are you taking?
oh, I'll take the earlier watch or the last watch, so I get up early in the morning.
Okay. And Maru and Leanna will take the first watch. Okay. So, Leanna, as you are the one that is currently awake, can I get a perception check from you?
Sure. 19.
19. As you keep your eyes out, it is a fairly dark night as the overcast, cloudy sky is covering most of the moon and the stars in the sky, making it darker. And throughout your watch, there are a few distant chirps and yips of various wildlife around you. Nothing that causes too much concern, but maybe the area is a little bit odd, and with all the revelations in your life over the past couple months, maybe you're just a bit jumpy. But in terms of actual danger, your watch goes by without incident.
Good to know.
I assume you wake up Estelle for the second watch?
Yes.
Okay. Estelle, can I get a perception check?
Alright. That'd be a 27.
Jesus. What is with you guys rolling so high?
I rolled a 13.
Out of like the last 10 rolls, 2 of them have been below 15.
And they're my
Both of them were mine.
As you continue to look out, Estelle, there is no starlight tonight, as the very few scant bit of stars that you get are just barely peeking through the cloud cover and are soon covered back up. The night itself is a bit chillier. The wind kind of drags across the ground, and you feel a bit of a shiver in your spine every so often as you rest here for the night. And there are a few noises again, the yips of coyotes and the few hoots of nighttime birds that are out and about, but nothing that seems to be unnatural or nefarious in nature. You're very convinced of that fact, that everything, at least for tonight, seems to be pretty peaceful.
Alright. And, so, during the watch, seeing that it's kind of, nothing major is happening, just kind of thinking about things could have done, should have done, shouldn't have done, and regarding both Soleil and Luan and their history together, and now apparently more recently with Cirrus and Oyo, just thinking, what can I do to help and fix and help them and fix what I've done, but maybe I shouldn't do anything. Just kind of thoughts along those lines, and when it's time to get Pessa for the final watch, she'll wake him up and head on to bed.
Okay. Passeth, can I get a perception check from you?
Oh yeah, get ready for the natural one. That's probably the best perception check I've ever done. That's a 17.
Nice.
Gee.
Looking out into the night as the dawn begins to break, and seeing the receding night, you're greeted with a few interesting sights, as there appears to be a almost courting-like ritual. You kind of see off in the distance two very interesting colored coyotes, one of a very dark purple coat and one of a very, very light yellow coat, as they appear to be almost dancing in between each other. A very... what's the word? A very fantastic, if you will, interpretation. It feels very, very much like home for you, as the unique colors and almost odd striations of their movements seem to entrance you in their performance for just a moment. And
I want to take a quick sketch of them.
okay. Roll a dexterity check again with disadvantage.
14.
Okay, 14. 14 is not bad. I would say that you get them in a pose in which their tails kind of wrap together, their heads further apart but looking back at each other. It is very minimalistic, kind of like one of those older Japanese paintings with not as many details, but in that way it looks better, if that makes any sense.
Also,
And
just to get the colors.
oh yeah, you get the colors. Just it's hard not to get these colors.
Yeah.
And you watch as they finish their performance, and in a moment in which their heads kind of rest on each other, they dart off into the nearby brush. And that will conclude your watch, as it is now morning.
Woo!
Uneventful night, I take it?
It was actually, I got to see something really, really cool. Here, I drew a picture.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Some very interesting fur colors on these two. Definitely saving that one for my big old notebook. But other than that, yep. Nothing else. Nothing bad happened.
Okay. So, as this day commences, I will say that the travel, again, carrying over the survival check, is fairly uneventful and quiet, which, at least for this group, is perhaps a welcome change of pace. As for the first time in a while, a day goes by in which nothing of note occurs. And as, just so I can double check, do-do-do. Okay, yeah. Heading further north and cutting through the forest, there, for the next few days, is very little activity, even animal activity, as it just gets quiet. Perhaps an unnerving quiet, perhaps a welcomed one. And as far as any outside interferences, your rests are peaceful and your travel is unencumbered. And as the last day of travel ends, you take to your rest and awaken again. About halfway through the day, so around 2 o'clock, you come across the first signs of another city. This city is uniform and organized. You can see even from a distance that the buildings do not stand out in any way, shape, or form from each other, almost appearing as pillars that seem to be holding up a greater invisible whole, if you will. Approaching closer, but still at a distance, you can see what appears to be people in between these buildings, alongside and behind, seem to be walking on thin air, as it almost looks like ants crawling on an anthill. Yet there are humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, and a few other persuasions of people that just seem to be using the sides of the buildings and the area surrounding it as something. I will say, because they're not hiding it, you do notice a distinct presence of books and materials akin to that. You can see that the clothing of the individuals appear to be scholarly in nature, as they mainly wear tunics and longer robes, looking very studious and not of the combat persuasion nor of the entertainment one that Leanna would hearken back to. And the city is quiet. Not bereft of noise, as there are people talking and there is the sound of things moving around, but it's quiet.
Oh, we're here.
Indeed we are.
Looks like it's a lot more of the more boring side of my profession.
You mean the not wild, miraculous inventions every other day? Choosing to start a new project before refining the old?
Yeah. Although the past couple days have been failing. It's not dang common item. Something that it's embedded into. It's magic that I know. It's just shrinking down a stick. Should be able to do that.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, to me, that just shows being able to do complicated things easily. It just, in my mind, feels like a trade-off. Sure, the more quote-unquote simple things might be a bit more difficult, but you can get the more complicated things really well, rather easily.
But maybe they're trying to think of it too complicatedly.
That could
Maybe
be
I
part
need
of it.
to see more inside the box.
That actually could be what's going wrong. Usually you think outside the box so well that you're used to thinking outside the box, and inside is more complicated for you then.
Hear that, Boxbot? I need to go inside you.
That's not what I... Okay.
It's a joke.
And remember, we need to, or at least we want to, try and find Richfield Longstride.
Right, yep. And beat him up or
No,
No.
not beat him up. Talk to
question
him.
him? Interrogate?
Talk to him. No, no.
Good cop, bad cop?
Converse with.
No badness, no
No
negative
attacking, no
insinuation.
good cop, bad cop, none of that.
That'd be good.
It's just...
Good guard, bad guard.
Whatever, we're not doing that.
just all good, all round, all good vibes, all good feels.
Alright, alright.
Alright. Let's see if we can find him in all of this.
So, what are you doing?
First off, going into the rest yard actually and start, I would say, just start asking questions, doing investigations, see if we can either find him or someone who would know where to find him, or someone who maybe recognizes the name.
Okay. I can either everyone can roll investigation, or one person can roll investigation, another person can help them, and then another person could add guidance or another stat onto that.
So, if it's alright with everyone, I could do the role, Leona could do guidance, and Passive could help. Actually, no, wait, I already have advantage because I have advantage on investigation. But either way, if that sounds okay, I could do it.
It does.
Roll.
Yeah, go ahead. Surprisingly, I don't have proficiency in investigation.
Right. There's the base roll of a 27 and
Fuck
the
you.
1d4. That's a 30.
Let me remind you, audience, they are level 5, and they are rolling consistently above a 16 on almost every single fucking roll they are doing.
When the dice turn against us, it's going to be horrific.
The one person with expertise in the group is the only one rolling below that stat. Let that sink in for everyone for just a moment. Okay. Yeah, with a 30, yeah, you just barely make it. As you're walking around and kind of gathering some information, hearing the few scant bits of conversation going around, you do come by this orc with dark green skin and braided hair all the way down to the small of his back, carrying a stack of books almost as tall as his torso. He's roughly about like 6'8", 6'9". Looks older, has a couple of scars on his face and large tusks coming out as you stop to question him, and he says, "Well, I do recall the name, but it's been a while. Might I ask exactly why you're looking for this man?"
My uncle
have some-
Bartholomew recommended that we ask him some questions.
Mhm.
Well, and he kind of looks off into the city, and the city is, namely, again, basically like uniform rows of buildings. There is absolutely no such thing as a back alleyway. There's nothing that you wouldn't see by just changing your position ever so slightly. And he kind of points back and says, "I heard that there was a building about a mile in that direction that was recently closed down due to some odd experimentation. I don't know any of the names involved, but there hasn't been something like that in a while. So, if you're looking for something perhaps of a unique nature, that might be the best place to go first."
All right. Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
And he gives you a curt nod and continues on his way. Heading in that direction, there are a number of people as you are getting a better look at who's here. And interestingly enough, you do come across a few fairies who are seemingly doing their own studies as they are flying across these buildings. And now that you are closer, you can see that on the outside of the buildings are built-in bookcases. And it looks like the libraries that are the interior structures also extend outwards.
That must be a lot of books.
Yeah.
Continuing. The building itself is the one that does stick out, as there seems to be a fairly large scorch mark on the side of the building. The buildings themselves being kind of a marble white, and there's a black mark about 10 feet tall, extending across the entire width of the building, alongside the southern-facing wall. The windows that are essentially just holes carved into the stone seem to also be somewhat broken out of, as there seems to be a marking of some sort that indicates a outwardly explosion. There's crumbling and a I'm trying to think of the word, extended opening of the windows, as some of them appear much bigger openings than others. And there is a seemingly magical barrier on the front door, glowing in a dim blue color.
Like it, all spell gone awry.
Why do I have the strangest feeling that that's where we want to go?
Because it's the most damaged place that's here, and we have horrific luck.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Let's see what we can do, if anything.
To go knock on the door.
Okay. You go up to the door, and as you try to get to the door, the barrier just kind of blocks you.
Knock on the door frame, knock on the wall.
Okay. Yeah, you start knocking around it. There doesn't seem to be a response initially.
Hello? Is there anybody there?
No response.
Hired chain of command. If we could investigate.
Estelle, do you mind taking a look at the barrier with your glasses? Maybe we'll get some more information on it.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to think of. And she'll go into her pouch and bring them out. And actually, the new X-ray feature could also help to figure out what's actually on the inside of this thing.
Oh, right.
Okie dokie. So, are you looking for, are you looking through the X-ray first, or are you trying to examine the barrier first?
First would be looking through the inside first, and then just to see if this is actually where they want to be, worth their time, and then the barrier itself to see how to get through or break or whatever. Obviously, if there's a barrier, probably shouldn't be broken, but we're adventurers.
Fair enough.
We're professional idiots.
Yes.
As you look into the building, you notice that despite the fact you have x-ray vision, in some spots it seems to be blocked, as the walls inside seem to be fairly thick, and the stone it's made of is, to some degree, blocking the vision, although not entirely, as the little bit that you can see through, or the bits and pieces you can see through, appear to be exposing a room that seems to be fairly destroyed. You can see other bits and when I say bits, I don't mean like tiny, like sprinkle sized. I mean like kind of like 3-foot gaps, as it appears that the walls were damaged, and damaged enough to be less than 1 foot thick. And you see a room that seems to be highly damaged, burnt papers scattered about, interior furniture tipped over, burned, mostly damaged if not turned to ash. A stairway leading up, and you also see a hatch on the floor.
Estelle will repeat the information and say, unless he's either upstairs or down in the hatch, I don't know if this is the place.
Oh,
Was upstairs on the higher floors.
Uh, is it possible to see through the higher floors, or the wall and everything and the thick stone it wouldn't reach?
The thick stone blocks your vision up past the stairs. You see that there are stairs going up, but what's past it you can't see.
Okay. Yeah, I can see the stairs going up, hatch downward, but I can't see past what's past those. Just that there's something there. Well, let's uh Estelle is still going to look at the barrier itself, but she will say to the group, um, let's look around somewhere else a little bit more before breaking into this place. But
I wasn't even thinking about breaking in. I was thinking about seeing if you could find a way that it was supposed to open.
well, that's why I'm, you know, eh, I'm just, I don't know. I guess I'm on edge. Sorry, but
No, no need to
yeah,
apologize.
thanks. But
This
yeah,
might be from higher command, like the guards. They're might have this place on lockdown. Said there's a whole bunch of things going down around here. That orc gentleman said. Maybe they're investigating and they put up a ward.
that is possible. But Estelle is now going to look at the barrier itself just to see what it is,
Okay.
if there's a way to open it, or if it's supposed to be like a lock to keep people out, or whatever it is.
Okay. Roll investigation with advantage.
All right.
Tapper shoulder with guidance.
27 again. 1d4. Okay, that time it's a 1, so it's a 28, but still very high.
Oh, 28, is that it? Oh, well, you don't fucking see anything. What a fucking low score, God. I guess. Well, the magic of the barrier is obviously abjuration. It is meant to keep you out and whatever is inside, inside. The magic of this seems to be obviously not natural like yours. It feels more akin to Passeth's magic, but different. Not Fey, but just the hard arcane to it.
Okay. Well, it's definitely abjuration, so it's doing what it's doing. It is a barrier. It feels kind of like more like the magic you do, Seth. Not like your Fey magic, but more like the artificer stuff you do. But yeah, more arcane. But it's slightly different. Might still be arcane, but just not an artificer's work.
Nah, it's more wizardry.
Yeah, it's probably most definitely meant to keep people out and whatever's inside, if there is anything inside. But yeah, I think that's all we'll be able to find from the outside. So
In order to open it, your glasses would also determine. I didn't want to interrupt you. That there appears to be a component to this barrier that is flexible. And you study that a little bit closer. And kind of like how your magic requires, or some of the magic requires, a semantic and material component, it appears that this flexible bit of the barrier requires a verbal component. Something to speak into it. Perhaps a password.
alright. Looks like it can be opened with some sort of verbal phrase or password, but what that is, who knows?
I guess our next plan is to walk around and see if we can get some answers from the people here.
Yeah. Alright, well, let's see if we can get more information about why this place is so destroyed.
We don't have a limited number of guesses.
Yes, but who
Yeah,
even knows what language it's in?
With the 28 check, would I be able to determine if it accepts a specific language, or if it's any language or common or whatever?
I would say with a 28, much like how your spells that you cast yourself require a verbal component to speak. If you were to speak your Cure Wounds spell in Druidic, Common, or Celestial, it wouldn't change the spell. It's how you speak it. So it is most likely not language locked, it is just word locked. If you can guess the right word, regardless of the language, you should be able to open it.
Okay. It doesn't seem to be to any specific language. It just seems to be if we can say the right phrase, then it'll open.
I don't think we want to stay out here guessing passphrases.
No. Because who knows what it could be, and who knows, but we can most certainly ask.
Okay? As you guys take a moment to think and wonder what's your next step after this very physical barrier has now blocked your progression forward, we'll take our break.
Sounds good.
Alright.
Open Sesame didn't do anything.
We will see you guys very soon.
Yep.
Welcome back. So, as we last left the group, they are now looking for a way, or looking for more information at least, on this building that they have come across now in Rest Yard. So, group, what are you doing?
Well, good thing to start with is probably to ask about the building and what it is, what happened, and possibly how to get in, but that might be a little bit more sensitive topics, so probably wouldn't. Probably only what happened and why it's so, well, just whatever happened to it exactly. That'll be the first step, and with that, that'll give more information. With that more information, more questions.
Get the answers to ask the questions to get the answers.
Mm-hmm.
Is the blue field also over the windows that are broken open? I would assume so.
Is the what?
Is the blue field also over the broken windows?
The blue field does not appear over the broken windows, but the broken windows are not floor level. They're about, I'd say about, the building itself is about 50 feet high, so I would say that's about 15 feet high.
I will get out of the barrel bot, and I will just fly up there and see. Just to see if I can go through the window.
Okay, yeah. Are you like fully going into the building, or are you just like sticking your arm in to see if you can go through it?
Tentatively putting my arm through, and if I can, then I'll go through.
Okay, yeah. Tentatively, slowly, you put your arm through. There doesn't appear to be resistance, no pain, Doesn't seem to be activating a trap of any sort. So you go in. Are you just surveying the room you are currently in, or are you going into a specific extra room, like going upstairs or attempting to go through the hatch?
Quick survey through of the room. Is it just like a massive, big, a big room that's also the entrance? It's still an entrance?
Give me a perception check real quick.
Wait. Dang it. Need to reload my sheet.
Oh no.
These things happen.
Okay. here
Are
we go.
you kidding me? A natural 20.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
It's going to be a disaster when the dice turn against us.
Okay.
So
So
it's 22. Yeah.
with a 22, you notice a bit in this room. In this room, you see the obvious that Estelle pointed out, the tipped over and burned furniture, the destroyed room, the destroyed papers. But your highly developed brain pushes past all that. That's not important right now. So you look for anything else that sticks out. And just ever so slightly glinting on the ground is another what appears to be black piece of clothing, very, very similar to that which you found on the road here.
That's concerning. Also good. I need to start collecting this.
With a
Oh,
natural 20 perception check, you also hear from below the hatch at the not the stairway, the doorway at the bottom, you do hear what sound like just the sound of someone or something moving around.
grab the scrap and quickly fly out.
Okie doke.
Hey, found some more of this, the same kind of material that we found on the road. Little burns, but it's interesting to find it in a place like this.
Yeah, definitely.
I also heard, in the hatch, there's some movement going on down there.
least know that there's something on the inside. I don't know who or what. So you can figure out how to open the door, then we can go investigate that. Hopefully it won't take too long. I feel like for now, the starting point would be to ask around, see what's going on with it, with that building, and after that, see what we can find out. Still ask for any more information about if he maybe would be in there, where he would be if not in there.
So you're just going to go around town asking more information?
Yeah, staying in this, general area, just seeing like, oh, someone's passing by, hey, what happened to that? Because if someone's frequenting this area, they probably know more information about it than anyone else.
Okay. Since you're specifically going after people, roll me whoever wants to, and who wants to aid can aid. Same setup as before, but someone roll me a persuasion check.
Would, you mind doing that, Leon, for the advantage, and I
Oh,
can
yeah, no
give
problem.
guidance?
I was planning on asking anyways.
Oh, all right. So I'll give the D4, and you have advantage.
Hi, I was wondering if you could tell us what happened back at the burned tower that has the magical lock on it?
And if you would please roll the persuasion as well.
Yeah.
You do as
That's a
well.
nat 20.
Roll the D4. Roll the D4.
That's a 30.
You have rolled more 30s in this one session than you have rolled below a 14. What the fuck? Okay.
Like I said, when the dice turn on us, it is going to be a disaster.
So, coincidentally, the orc just decided to make his way back around. And he says, well, I didn't think you'd be so brazen enough to actually check it out, but I guess I'm happy that you seem to be unharmed. I don't know. I don't know what it is about you, but I don't know. Something about you is interesting. The manor here was experimented with for the number of years, as long as I can remember. And, well, it was about last week when I assume the most experimental trial occurred. I remember it being at the dead of night, and there was a loud explosion. And despite the black marks, there wasn't ever any fire. It was odd, but we never saw, at least I haven't, any sign of Longstride since that night. Which is odd. He was usually the most boastful of us all.
So he's likely still in there?
Considering that there isn't an actual guard or enforcement office in Rust Yard, and there's a strong magical barrier right there, I can only assume that it was him or someone that doesn't want anyone else to interfere with what they're doing to him.
We were able to determine that the barrier can be broken with a password. Would you be able to hazard a guess at what that could be?
He actually looks up and says, how were you... I'll answer your question, but how were you able to determine that? That looks like a pretty advanced ward.
I wasn't the one who figured it out. She was, and Leanna's going to point to Estelle.
She'll wave, give a small smile, and say, I came across this, and she's going to, actually no way, I don't think she ever put them away, but she's going to point to her glasses and say, I found these one day on our journey, and with them it helps me to see what kind of magic is affecting things. And I guess I looked at it closely enough that I was able to determine the password thing.
I was about to say, you must be one skilled arcanist if you were able to measure that out just by looking at it, but still, nothing taken away from that accomplishment. As for the password, that could be any number of things. I mean, that halfling man, really liked to talk about a lot of things. He liked to talk about... He talked about his home quite a bit. He mentioned something about... Let me roll an intelligence for this man. Where did my phone go? There you are. Okay, D20. Okay, apparently we're all just rolling super hot tonight. He said, he mentioned his favorite food, strawberry jam, a lot. I don't know why, but he worked it into most conversations. So,
Definitely something to try.
are you going to go in there by yourselves?
I mean, probably.
Yeah, we've done a lot, so I don't see why this would be much different.
Might I ask why?
Well, we are searching for information on a lot of things, and as I said earlier, my uncle recommended that we speak to Richfield Longstride, and if he's in there, we need to go talk to him.
It must be pretty important to talk to a man who's most likely in some sort of... he kind of looks at the area. Unfavorable position.
Well, one of the outside of the fact that it's just good to help, helping him out of said unfavorable position will also make him more likely to answer her questions.
Well, all the luck to you, and, well, if you want to stop by for a coffee, I do have my abode not too far from here. It's the ones with the tusks coming out of the front. You can't miss it.
I'll definitely keep that in mind, thank you.
Thank you very
Be
much.
safe.
You as well. Oh, I never caught your name and I never introduced myself, I'm sorry. What would your name be?
I've told you a lot. You tell me yours first.
I am Leana Monale.
And I'm Estelle.
He looks over to the
Just-
ferry.
Is kind of just flying around the building, looking at possible entry points.
Come on and introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Paseth. I think I have it'll use quite a bit of my magic, but I think I could get you two in there.
Save your magic. We have a couple things that we can try first.
Oh, sweet.
My name is Vergion.
Pleasure to meet you, and thank you so much for your help.
Not a problem. Hopefully I'll be able to see you in one piece again. And
That is indeed the plan.
And he takes his leave.
Alright, well, we have a few ideas.
Yep.
So let's see what's right.
Leanna will walk up to the barrier and say with confidence, strawberry jam.
There's a resonance on the door as it begins to move, almost like a gaseous form, like staring at a solid object through a fire. And the barrier disappears into itself.
That is terrible password security, but it works out well for us.
I mean, I would have guessed strawberry jam.
Apparently he brought it up in every conversation as much as he could.
Hmm.
Terrible idea,
Oh,
but it's good for us.
and if this place is going to be a little bit dangerous, might as well. Who wants to test out these rings that we got?
Estelle, you likely should. You are more likely to get closer to the front lines than myself.
Probably, yeah. Alright, give it a go.
Okay.
I tap Estelle's ring and my belt inside the cockpit. I go back into the cockpit and touch them both at the same time with the wooden hand in my own hand, and I cast Warding Bond.
Okie doke. Good to note. As you all, I'm assuming you all walk through after the barrier collapses, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. After you all walk through, can I get a wisdom saving throw from everyone?
Oh, goody. I'm good at these.
Alright, wisdom save.
I'm actually good at this one.
27.
Dirty 20.
Just put that in there for Estelle so that she knows
Thank you.
what it is. Wisdom saving throw. $16.
Okay. Let me check real quickly here. Okay. Yeah. Well, shit. Okay, cool. As you guys walk through, you are greeted to the sight of crumpled papers and burnt and turned over furniture. The sight that Estelle described before.
That scrap over that right there, and I heard the skittering, some movement down in the hatch.
Alright.
Now that you're here, can you take a closer look down the hatch? If you're able to see through it?
Yeah. Alright, let's see. And she's going to get like 5 feet-ish from the hatch and then look through to see if there's anything noteworthy below.
So you're opening the hatch, right?
No. Using the glasses to see through the ground into there.
Okay. When the glasses pick up inside of this little tunnelway, about 5 feet from there, all you see is a long extension of a somewhat furbished corridor, kind of like that of a underground lab, as there is hints of metal that you see, but it just seems to extend downward at an angle and then straight.
For now, in the immediate area, it looks like it's just a hallway. There's nothing nothing in the immediate vicinity that would be dangerous at all. So, unless there's something on the door itself, and just to be absolutely safe, if there was one barrier just want to be safe and make sure there's not something else on this one.
Yeah.
Looking at it, there appears to be no obvious blue shielding over it.
Alright.
But there may be other defenses. Perhaps a trap of some kind?
It's possible. Well, with these on, I should at least see the mechanism for it, at the very least. If there is one. Or any arcane sigils, wards, what have you.
Better safe than sorry to look directly for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're rolling investigation?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Tap shoulder with guidance.
Right. Investigate. Natural 20. 1d4, which are 4, so that's a 32.
I never, ever want to hear you guys complain about your rolls ever again.
Hey, complaining is more cathartic than anything.
You have rolled better in the past hour than I have ever rolled as a player, period.
This is about as hot as I have ever rolled at all.
Oh, this is
So-
amazing.
With a 32, yeah, there doesn't appear to be any magical wards, sigils, or any kind of traps that would be activated by your vicinity. There appears to be a lock on the door, though.
Well, there is a lock on the door, but nothing magical.
Hmm.
Would you be able to get through this passive?
I should be able to, yeah. I take my multi-tool, spin it around in my fingers, and it becomes some lockpicks. I start jimmying the lock.
Okay, give me a Thieves' Tools check.
Big B, I am so sorry, but that's also a natural 20.
I'm so sorry, because that's a sleight of hand check. A Thieves' Tools check is just a straight dexterity.
I mean, I don't have any... I mean, it's tools. I'm actually proficient in the thieves' tools. So that it would be a straight plus. It'd be the same modifier.
I will let this pass once. Even if it is the same modifier, technically it is the wrong roll. But I will let this go one time. As Passeth does Jimmy the lock. Comes undone. The door is unlocked.
Yeah, there we go.
Well done.
Alright.
Once more into the breach.
Okay. As you guys descend down, it gets dark quickly.
It's stairs, not like a ladder or anything.
It's like a wheelchair ramp going down.
Oh, so Boxbot is very easily able to go down. Okay.
I'm not able to see in this.
I can fix that. And Estelle is going to cast the light cantrip.
Thank you.
Welcome.
You're using your staff, it adds an extra 10 feet of the light.
Well, that's gonna be super fun. So,
Yeah.
it has 20-foot bright and 20-foot dim additionally normally. So would it be 30 and 30 or 20 and 30?
30 and
I
30.
would. Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm. All right.
Okay.
So yeah, it's bright light and then dim light for the extra.
Awesome. And this will save on torches.
Yeah.
So, you guys go down and begin walking in this corridor, empty and hollow. The sound of your footsteps echoing. Ka-kunk, ka-kunk. The sound of boxbots and passeths creation also echoing fairly loudly. And you guys walk and walk and walk. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. How long do you continue to walk?
Around then, Lyanna's going to hold up a hand and say, "Stop. Have we gone anywhere? We've been walking in a straight line for minutes upon minutes."
Further into the city?
Maybe, but Lyanna's going to turn around.
Anna, you turn around?
Yep.
The ramp you came down is directly behind you.
Just as I suspected.
Okay. So either illusion or something else. Estelle's going to look around the hallway to see if there's anything magical or, well, there's probably something magical, but whatever is going on, if she can see what's happening.
Okie doke. Roll me an investigation check.
All right.
Tap the shoulder with guidance.
That's another natural 20.
Oh, good God.
And that's a 1, so it's only a 29. It's only a 29.
We have to have a fucking quote section, and I want that to be a quote. It's only a 29. Put that shit on a t-shirt. Yeah. Estelle, as you look around, it becomes obvious that the magic around you, implanted in the walls itself, is something of something Estelle, roll an intelligence saving throw for me at disadvantage.
Ooh, disadvantage. Okay. That's a 9.
9. Estelle,
Yes.
can you join me in the one-on-one chat?
Oh no.
Oh, that's fun. Okay.
I told you when the dice betrayed us. Things were gonna get real.
Let's see what happens.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
So Estelle, As you look at the rune that's on the wall, you feel someone put their fingers, what feel like, into your skull and digging into your mind. It hurts, but it's not causing you to bleed. It's not causing you to break. It just, the sensation that is known as pain rockets through your body. And yet, at the same time, to call it pain might be an oversimplification. Because you look at this rune and you see it and you understand it, but at the same time you can't. It's confusing, it's twisting, it hurts. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Alright. Oh, and I just realized that I would also have a +1. I doubt a 10 would change it, but I just remembered that from past supporting thought. So I'll have to remember to add that for this wisdom save. It's a standard wisdom save, not disadvantage?
Standard.
Alright, standard. That's a 23 + 1, 24.
Okay. As this thing, this whatever you call it, reaches into your mind, you feel it trying to take hold of your mind, to control you, but you're able to shrug that off. However, there's a warped perception in your eyes as the very manifestation of the rune in front of you has twisted and turned your perception. And a figure emerges from the shadow to your right. Tall, lanky, and with eyes of blue and green. I didn't expect you to come here, sister. What brings you to my abode? Estelle?
Yes?
Wait for me here. I'll be back.
Oh.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hello.
So, as you question Estelle, and you ask Estelle to look, and you give her guidance, and she begins to look, her eyes go blank for a moment as she stares and looks. And Passeth and Leanna, you start hearing skittering, loudly, approaching, quickly, faster, faster! I need you two to roll initiative.
Okay then.
There we go. That's an 8.
That's an 8. Okay. I'm gonna
That's a
change.
23.
That's a 20. Jesus. Okay. Yes. I'm gonna change the music real quick here. And I'm going to turn this up. As you guys have entered into a base and have seen now Leanna or Estelle staring off into what seems like the distance. And you start hearing the skittering louder and louder. And looking off to your right, you see 5, 6, no, 7 of what look like brains, but they have legs, they have arms, they have tentacles and tendrils, and they're rushing right towards you. Leanna, you're first to act. There are 6 of them to your right, about 10 feet away.
Leanna's going to take a step back, 2 steps back, and she is going to main action throw a +1 card. Regular.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
26 to hit. Or 27.
That definitely hits.
11 points of damage.
Okay, 11 points of damage. So as you see them skittering towards you, the sound of like wet footsteps following them, you throw you said regular card, right?
Yeah, regular +1 card.
Okay, and you throw it and you make contact, hitting the entity coming towards you. There's a shriek, despite the fact there is no mouth. You hear, and it seemingly slows down, injured but not dead.
Bonus action, second card at the same one.
Okay, roll to hit.
25.
25 definitely hits.
That's another 11 points of damage.
11 points of damage. As you throw this second card, it makes an even deeper impact than the first one, and the brain, the body, just seems to stop moving, and it collapses to the ground, and the brain body itself seems to almost melt like a hunk of ice cream on a hot sidewalk.
The hell are these things? She is going to use the rest of her movement to, or half of the another 10 feet backwards, so she has moved 20 feet total.
Okay. You're currently like going up the ramp at this point, so you have the high ground.
I can't be defeated.
That being said, Passeth, I rolled absolutely shit initiative. So you will be going next, so think about your turn. I will be right back.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
So, as this entity approaches you, one eye blue, one eye green, tall and lanky, he says, "Hello, sister. I didn't expect you to visit me."
Are you Longstride?
I do go by that name, yes.
Okay. That's very good. But I have many questions. Some of them I needed your help with, but first, what's happening?
Well, you see, without the proper mindset coming down here, as I tried to warn you as you entered, but you all seem to fight me off, there's an effect on the mind that occurs when exposed to stimuli you're not used to.
Okay, and that happened to me because I saw the sigil. Okay, so how do I don't know, get used to it? What do I have to do? How can I get back to my friends and tell them about this?
It is not really a matter of getting used to it. It's not something that you were ever supposed to be exposed to in the first place. You are a product of something different than I am, though we are kin, I assure you. You have your specialties and I have my own. Now, the real question, and what I will hopefully be able to salvage from this, is your sanity. And I will be right back, Zelda.
Oh, joy.
Okay, Paseth. It is now your turn. 5 of these brains with legs, arms, and tentacles are rushing towards you about 10 feet away.
How big is the tunnel?
The tunnel is about, I would say, 10 feet by 7 feet.
Okay, so definitely not going to do that. So I'll just go ahead and just do some stabbing with my harpoon.
Okay, roll to hit.
I'd say a 12 to hit. The
12.
first attack.
Are you going up or are you shooting it at him?
Shooting it at them.
As you take aim and fire, the harpoon fires true, but there's a weird undulation in the body of the entity that you're firing at, and it seems to, like jelly, almost mold over and dodge the harpoon in an unnatural and horribly unrealistic way.
Jukes back to me and I will fire it again.
Roll to hit.
$16 this time.
16 does hit.
For 10 damage.
10. As you hit the creature, it makes a scream, but it's still seemingly moving, and the rest of its kin are following in suit.
Magic stone.
Didn't you already use your bonus action?
No.
Oh yeah, that's right, you have extra attack. Forgot about that.
Yeah. That's a 19 to hit.
19 definitely hits.
So the stone just fires out and hits the butt end of the harpoon, digging even further into it. For 5 damage. Dang.
5 damage. Okay. As it digs in deeper, there's another screech from it, and it looks very, very wounded, but it's just barely continuing to move.
And then the harpoon rips out of it. And then, Foxbot runs up and starts hitting it. There's one big old schmack. Uh, 14.
14 hits.
Oh, okay, good. Seven damage.
7 damage. Yeah. As Boxbot goes up to the creature that just got the harpoon taken out of its body, it goes up and stomps down on it, squelching it. It melts like the other one.
And then that's my turn.
Okie doke. With that being said, because the closest enemy is now Boxbot, they have a +5. Okay. So I'm gonna roll 5. No. +5. Okay. So 11, natural 1, 9, 16. I believe one of those hits.
Yeah, the 16 hits.
16 hits. Okay. So as these little critters start going up to Boxbot and slashing and trying to get at it, the armor of its wooden exterior is keeping them mostly at bay, except for one, who gets 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 points of damage on Boxbot.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else? Nope. They cannot. So that ends their turn. Leanna, you're up next.
Estelle is not in the initiative order. She's just standing there.
She is just standing there.
All right.
They are
Leanna-
very close to her because Boxbot is the only thing in their way.
Bonus action dash. Leanna is going to run next to Estelle.
Okay.
Grab her. And use the rest of her bonus action dash movement, if there is any left, and her movement to try and pull her further back.
Give me a strength check.
That's a 9.
You get up to her quick enough and you try to begin pulling her, but it's almost like she wants to be there as she is firmly planted and not moving.
This is gonna be dumb, but Lan is going to try and slap her to get some sense back into her.
Okie dokie. Roll an unarmed strike.
Not 1.
Not one. There's panic in this moment, creepy monsters, and you really don't want to hurt your aunt. So yeah, like go for the slap, but you kind of slow down at the last moment and just kind of a light tap, and it doesn't seem to affect her.
Just a little.
No, snap out of it. Snap out of it.
Okay.
Assuming that was my main action.
Yeah.
And I use my bonus action to dash to get there in my movement. I am out of actions.
Okay. So, with you being out of actions, I will be right back.
Hey!
Hello, Zalden.
Hello.
Okay. So he said that hopefully you can keep your sanity.
Okay, that is very foreboding. So, what happens now? What do I have to do?
Well, there's a lot of things. I don't know what voice that was. There's a lot of things that can happen right now. And, well, it's hard to put in a language that you speak. It's a process that doesn't really involve the same naturally occurring elements in reality that you are aware of. You, being a young sibling, are you aware of where we come from, Estelle?
Yeah. It's the convergence of the Feywild, some sort of higher celestial plane, and the material plane, right?
Higher celestial plane. That's cute. Let me guess, it was another one of our siblings that told you that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just assuming that wasn't one of the druids that took you in. That would be horribly misleading if that was the case. No, Estelle. It is not a higher celestial plane that converges in the moment of our birth. And he steps forward a little bit, most of his body still cloaked in shadow, but much taller than what a halfling man would be. You see, when these three planes converge, the material, the Fey, and this third one that you interpreted as a celestial realm is much different, much more unknown, at least to those here in the material. It's a distant realm. Some might even call it a far realm. And in that case, he steps forward again, and you see a little bit more of his body clad in the same chitinous appearance that the strap you have been picking up on your first day of journey here and just upstairs seems to be all across his torso. And then you get to see his hand that is discolored in what appears to be a purplish white. And then you look at his hand closer and you notice he only has 3 fingers and a thumb, and they extend long down to his body. Not as long as Gertrude's, but long. And in this far realm exists, well, something more akin to what I am. Something more akin to something that shouldn't be, but is. And he steps forward one more time, and you see a rounded, bulbous head, the eyes of blue and green, but there's no pupil, just the iris. And where the mouth would be, you see dangling tentacles.
Oh. Okay.
Okay? Think on that. I'll be back.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome back.
Is Passeth back?
I'm here.
Okay. Passeth, it is your turn. They're getting closer. At least to Estelle and Leanna.
attacking him again.
Okay.
Oh, that's a lot better. That's a 26.
26 hits.
For 12 damage for that one.
12 damage. One of them gets hit really hard. It looks hurt, but it's still standing.
Do it again. That's a unnatural 20.
20 hits.
For another 12.
12. That one splashes to the ground. There are now 2 left.
Magic Stone just pelts him with rock.
Okay.
Oh, that's a natural 20.
That hits.
For 9 damage.
9 damage. Hits true and it backs up hurt, but it's still standing. Boxbot.
Boo. That's a 17 to hit.
17 hits.
6 damage.
6 damage. That did 15. It's looking really badly hurt, but it's not quite down yet.
Okay.
Okay. One of them is going to take an attack on Boxbot. That is a 17 to hit.
That hits.
That hits. Nope. That's a d6 plus 3, not 35. That would be bad.
That would be absurd.
That's 8 points of damage to Boxbot.
D6 plus 35 would kill me in one hit. You'd have the D6.
Right.
And the other one is, this one is the hurt one, is going to turn towards Leanna, and it is going to take a strike at you.
Okay.
That is a 21 to hit.
That will hit. Even with my shiny new armor.
That is 5 points of damage as it slashes down at your calf. Okie doke. And as you guys are, as it becomes your turn, Leanna, you guys start hearing more skittering from deeper down the hall.
Deal with these and get her up. Something's got her.
On it.
There are 2 left, you said?
Yes.
Which one's the badly hurt one?
The one right next to you.
Okay. Bonus action, disengage. No. I'm just gonna take a 5-foot step back, provoking an AOP if it does this.
Yes, it would.
Okay. Provoking.
Okay, type, come on. That's a 18.
Meets it, beats it.
Okay, let me roll the numbers. Okay, that's 4 points of damage.
4, okay. Main action, throw a card at it.
Roll to hit.
18.
18. That definitely hits.
And it takes 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage. Technically, you should be rolling sneak attack since it is by Boxbot.
The one that's next to me?
Yeah, you guys are kind of scrunched up. Boxbot just
Okay.
stopped them from getting to Estelle.
Don't I get to choose if I roll sneak attack or not?
I mean, if you want, if you don't want to, that's fine. I mean, it's dead. But I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
that's why I wasn't using it on this one, because it is the one that was hurt.
Fair
I
enough.
can use it on either of my attacks, provided the sneak attack thing is met. On my second attack, bonus action, I'm going to throw a card at the other one, which is also next to Boxbot.
Yes.
All right. That is a 22 to hit. This one I will be sneak attacking.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
That is 9 points of damage plus sneak attack. Sneak attack is an additional 10 points of damage, so 19 points of damage total.
It collapses and melts into a puddle.
All right, come on, let's get her out of here.
Yep.
Okay. And as you come to that conclusion, I will be right back again. Doo-doo-doo. Hello, Estelle.
Hello.
So, he stands there, presenting himself in full.
Okay. Add one more question to the list.
Only one.
Okay, one doesn't, but there's a lot that needs to happen soon. Okay, but first things first. One, how do I get out of then just spreading arms out? This, and actually thinking about it, if I'm here, what's happening out there?
Well, at the current moment, you're probably still staring at the rune in a stupor. And your friends are probably currently dealing with my security system.
Okay, so how do I get out of this to help them?
That is a good question. You see, You have the ability to break out and understand this. It's hard for you given the dilution of blood needed, as I am a heavy carrier of it. You are a heavy carrier of the Fae. So it's a different kind of concoction. How to get out of it when you're not someone like me? That is a good question. Let's experiment, shall we?
We've got no other choice.
Tell me, what would it take for you to go mad?
I don't know how to properly answer that question, but I have
Good.
a feeling we're about to find out.
Then the unknown is something that will be fun to explore. Come, sister. We have a lot to do. I will be back.
Okay.
Do that with all our bets.
Yep.
Wanna
Okay,
control
Passa.
that pocket. Oh, hi.
Hi. It is your turn. There's currently skittering from further down the hall, and Estelle is still just staring at the rune on the wall.
Okay, we're going. And I start going up the ramp. And once I get as far as I can get with my 30 feet, I will grab hold with one arm, cross it over, grabbing some space, what seems to be empty space, over in Estelle's position, and an empty space outside of the hatch onto the main floor. And I pull, and they switch places. So now Estelle is outside because I cast a vortex warp. Little bit of a manipulating of a Fey portal. If she succeeds on a con save of 16, if she doesn't want to be warped.
Okie dokie. This is a spell, right?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Give me 1 second. Do. That's a natural 20 from Estelle.
Bang. And it just doesn't work.
As you cast this spell and try to swap places with her, there is a feeling of something holding her down, and it feels like it's a part of her, but not. Your magic trying to reach her grasps what I can only describe as someone sticking their hand into a box of unknown contents and just grabbing what feels like jello but could be anything.
Spy, you need to go full defensive mode. And he's just standing in front of Estelle like a good guard dog.
Is he taking the dodge action?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Or actually, the hold action to make sure that the deflect attacks. No, dodge as an action, yes, and the reaction is deflect attack. Yeah, no, okay.
Okay.
Everything's good.
So as that turn passes, it's back up to you, Leanna. You hear the skittering gain louder, but this time it sounds bigger. Oh, wait, no. It was past Seth, and then it would have been their turn. Never mind.
Yeah.
So, as Boxbot takes a defensive stance, you guys see this time only 3 figures, but much bigger, as they come down, still at an unnaturally fast pace. And they are, since Boxbot is right there, they are going to take 3 attacks on Boxbot. They are all at disadvantage, though, because he is taking the dodge action. So, I will, to make this easier on me, I will roll this here on my phone. That is with disadvantage, that is a 20 to hit.
It's
Okie doke. There's 1d hit. That is 8 points of damage. Next one is 1d That is a 22 to hit with disadvantage.
Yes.
Are we all using loaded dice today?
I have rolled an 18, 16, 17, and 18.
Oh, no, I'm not complaining. I'm just laughing at the fact that we're all having such stupid dice luck.
That's another 8 points of damage.
And he's down.
Boxbot falls down to the floor in a way that's still kind of blocking Estelle, its body, in the way. The other two are not interested in Estelle. Wait, no, the other one, because that was two. The other one is not interested in Estelle and is... Leanna, how far away did you move, if at all?
Thought I moved back to the ramp.
Correct.
Wait, no. Yeah, I did.
Okay, so the other one is going to start skittering towards you, but it is still quite a ways away, so is unable to make an attack, so it's going to dash, and in doing so, it dashes and is currently 10 feet in front of you.
All right.
It is now your turn, Leanna.
Deep breath. Very frustrated. You said that she was staring at a sigil or a rune?
Yes.
How far away is that from me?
So that would have been dash, that would have been... I would say that would be roughly about 40 feet.
40 feet, okay. I can reach that with a magic stone.
Okay.
So, Leanna is going to bonus action magic stone and fling the stone at the rune.
So, to make absolutely certain, you are looking at this rune while you are attacking it.
I don't see a way to attack it without looking at it.
I am just making certain.
Yeah, no, I know. I know it's a bad idea. Leanna doesn't.
Fair enough. Can I get an intelligence saving throw from Leanna?
17.
17. You feel something about to... No, you shake it off. Go ahead and roll an attack.
12.
12. You hit the rune, and there seems to be some sort of almost disruption for a moment, but it doesn't seem to fully make an impact.
Second stone at the rune.
Okay.
Uh, 16.
16. Okay, go ahead and roll damage.
That would be 10 points of damage.
Okie dokie. As you fling the rock at the rune, there's a bzzz sound as it appears to take some damage. Estelle is still staring at it, but it appears to be more unstable than it was before.
Shoot the sigil, but be careful. It will try and entrap you or something. I don't know. It felt weird when I looked at it.
On it.
Okay, be right back. Estelle?
Yes, hello.
Hello. As this entity, Longstride, if you will, talks to you, there's a moment when he says, exploring the unknown, and then it's almost like he starts to cut out for a brief moment.
Are you okay? What was that?
Something is interfering. I hope it doesn't interfere for long. I can't tell what will happen to your mind if you aren't out of here correctly. Where is it? Where is it? And he starts patting down his body, and he takes out a book. I found it. It's here. I thought I would have more time in order to look into this matter deeper, but appears not. Here. And he hands you the book.
She'll take it.
The answer you've been looking for. Right? Why the stars have been disappearing. It is in this book.
Okay.
It is the only way to save yourself and save your mind, but it will be a trial, sister. Do not forget who you are.
I've passed every trial I've come to so far. This one will be no different.
Do not assume mundanity when dealing with this. Estelle, do you read the book?
She's going to brace herself and then, going to open it to read it. This is the only way. This is the only way.
Okay. Estelle, as you read this book, you see the words written in common before you. And it starts as a typical diary entry. It's written from the perspective of the identity of this Longstride. He describes how he was also looking into the stars around the same time that you would have, the same date that you would have. And he describes looking into it, and there's an obvious scientific inquiry going into it, claiming perhaps there's maybe a collapsing of a star, or perhaps there's a cosmic black hole, if you will, that is swallowing certain ones but only appearing in certain areas. It appears to be a lot of conjecture at first. And as you read the book, you're reading at a quicker pace than you've ever read before, and it goes further and further, and you notice that the writing becomes more and more erratic, and more unstable, as the penmanship itself becomes shaky and uncontrolled. For a moment, with your passive perception, you're able to notice that you are no longer in the hallway, but like that dream back in New Pass, back in Bartholomew's Place, you are once more above Tiān 2, above the world, among the stars. And as this shaky penmanship gets more and more unstable, you see the line that you were looking for. I found it. I found why the stars are disappearing. I know why they are gone. I know what is happening, and happening ends the bottom page. Estelle, do you turn the page?
No hesitation.
Amongst the stars, you feel yourself consumed by the starlight. You feel natural here. You feel that comfort from before, and despite the unnatural and odd ramblings before you, you finally found the answer you're looking for. You turn the page, and if you would please join back with the rest of the others in the primary voice channel.
Understood.
Welcome welcome back.
Hello, I'm here now too.
Yay.
Finally save.
So, as Leanna, you call out to Paseth to destroy the sigil, to free Estelle from this stupor that she is in, you guys suddenly see that the thing that you have been fighting stops, and despite having no eyes, turns and looks with its reaction back to Estelle. And you guys see that Estelle, like many times you've seen before, her body, the tattoos of stars, starts to glow and shine, and she begins to float off of the ground, her eyes looking to the heavens, her arms outstretched, her body glowing, but not with the radiant glow you knew before. Oh no, this is something different. She's glowing with a hue of purple and black. Estelle,
Yes.
you turn the page and you see nothing written on 99% of both of the pages that you are now looking at. You see 2 words written in the top left-hand corner. And those 2 words read, "They blinked."
Oh, 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 okay. All right.
Is there anything you're doing at this moment?
After reading They Blinked, she is consciously observing, taking account of, and limiting how much, like, of this magical energy she's gathering from the just being in this area and looking towards the stars.
You turn and you gather and you try to make sense of what is going on, feeling the power coursing through you, the warmth, the comfort, but then you hear it again. Tell me the tale before I sail, all through the night, 1,000 eyes, tell me the tale, watch them sail, they are the night, the 1,000 eyes.
She's going to, speaking out loud to no one, but having the strangest feeling that she'll be heard anyway. It's you. All of you. The night. 1,000 eyes. The maestro sang it, but it's your song. Isn't that right?
Leanna and Paseth, you see the figure of Estelle lift into the air And then she begins muttering this incantation of something dark. Wasandan yasundla yansinda bundasa homdala hansanda.
What is she saying?
Your circlet cannot interpret what she's saying.
Oh. Am I getting a mental impression from her, or is she not considered in my party right now for that aspect of it to work?
She is considered in your party. Do you wish... Because the mental projection did come up regardless of if you focused on it, so that is fair. Then, if that's the case, Leanna, can I get another intelligence saving throw from you?
8.
Your circlet cannot understand what she is saying, but like before when she spoke a gibberish, but she had something in her mind, a mental projection came out in order for you to at least try to interpret what was being spoken. And this time, you see... Leanna, give me a wisdom saving throw.
$13.
There is a moment in which you look and then everything goes dark. Right now, Leanna is considered incapacitated. Estelle,
Yes.
what was the last thing that you did before I left?
From reading the book, you mean?
Yes, you read the book and then you turned to the stars, I believe.
Yes. She turned to the stars, and then said aloud, I forget the exact phrasing, but it was something like, the maestro sang the song, but it's yours, isn't it? Speaking to the stars, having feelings she would be heard, even though no one's around.
There is a moment in which is almost a silent contemplation. It's just like in the vacuum of space. You hear nothing. But there is a resounding response a moment later. It is not in a language beyond pain. And you feel a certain clasping of your head again as there seems to be a feeling of slight at your question. There is a moment in which your eyes that you kind of press shut for a moment in pain and then you open, and before you see the currently unmoving body of Leanna, and you see Paseth standing before this large monster but you're behind them. And in front of you, you see yourself about 40 feet down a ramp in the darkness, floating in the air.
Okay. That... Do I have the sense that I can actually do anything? Well, actually, no. Whether or not I can actually do anything, like disregard myself and floating. That's interesting, but no. Leanna seems. Well, when you say incapacitated, is she on the floor or just stopped?
She is currently on her back, on the floor, her eyes open and unmoving.
Immediately going to check Leanna.
You go to move, and you kind of float over, and are you trying to like touch her or like try and help her up?
Going to see what's wrong with her, try to heal her in some way, if she's unconscious or whatever.
You immediately instinctually try to touch her and try to cast a spell or something, but your hands go right through, not being able to physically interact. Passeth. Uh-oh, did we lose Passeth?
I'm still. Oh no.
Oh, you're here. You're back.
There you are.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Let's get record. Dang.
Passeth, can you roll me a new initiative as the creature turns to look at you?
Great. 14.
14. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay. What's your dex you matched?
It's a +3.
+3? What the fuck does this thing have for a dex? It has a +3. Are you shitting me? What's your dex score?
Roll off.
Okay, well, my the luck stone actually gives me a +1, so technically my dexterity score is 15, so it's a +2.
So it's okay,
So-
so
Yeah, if you want to just have it go for first, go ahead.
so is it normally a 16 with your luck stone? I thought that only affected skill checks.
No, the luck stone actually also gives a +1 to my initiative.
Oh, to your initiative. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's still you, so is your dex score 16?
No, it's 15.
It's 15. Oh, that's why. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was a dummy. Okay. So, the creature's going to turn to you, Passeth, and is going to barrel forward. Let's see.
I'm a bitch.
Let's see. You also see that this creature, as it barrels forward towards you, is slowly being consumed in these like black ichor tentacles. I need you to make a intelligence saving throw for me.
Alright. Are you fucking kidding me? I have a +9 to this, and I roll a natural 1.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I told you, when the dice feel like taking, they will take.
Okay. Passeth. Hold on one second. As they run towards you, you feel something pulse in your head, and it feels like teeth on your skull, in your brain, and it feels like something's taking a bite. That will be... freaking, please help me. Okay. No. Roll 20. Stop. 3. So that will be 13 points of psychic damage as you feel this thing start to crawl into your brain. And as you are momentarily distracted by that, you are greeted with a swipe from its claw. 10, 5, 17. As it swipes you with its claw, it tries to take advantage of this moment, but you're able to bat it away. Your brain still hurting. And there's a moment in which I will leave this up to you as the player that knows what Paseth's condition is currently. But there is a moment of serious reflection in which you're weighing whether or not this is worth it. And that will be its turn. Paseth, it is your turn.
I will just go ahead and you know what? I am very angry at. Oh no, I can't. I use my 2 spell. No. It's just kind of in fight or flight, so I'll just stab it with my harpoon.
Okay, roll to hit.
21.
21 hits.
6 damage. Dang. Minimum damage.
Shrinks back a bit. Still up.
Do it again. That's only a 15 to hit.
15 meets it, beats it.
You. One more for minimum. 7 damage.
You stab it again. There's pain coming from it, but this thing's bulkier than it was before.
Can I see the glyph that Leanna was talking about?
Yes, you can.
Can I shoot a magic stone towards it?
Sure, roll an intelligence saving throw.
17.
17, just above. Roll to hit.
Two. Unnatural 20.
That hits. Roll damage.
9 damage.
9 damage. As you shoot at the glyph, it bursts. You see it disperse in the air. Electricity seems to crackle around it as it doesn't seem to exist anymore. But Estelle is unchanged.
Liana's unchanged.
Leanna is unchanged.
Dang, okay. Ready my shield and try to fortify my intelligence, my brain, for any other oncoming attacks.
Okay. Le-
Rest.
Estelle,
Yes.
you are currently looking at a prone Leanna staring up at the ceiling, and Paseth, who seems to be fighting off this creature that made him shirk back in pain for a moment, and he's getting a few good hits on it, but he's alone right now, and you don't know what else is coming or what else is here.
Okay, so can't cast a spell, can't help Leanna by touching her, so can't. The only thing I can think of is either myself or just do the stupid thing and run straight at it. Let's go for the hopefully smarter option of myself. Oh, wish I could attack you two right now. And she's going to run over to her own body and see if she can do anything to regain control, get out of this out of body experience and get back in.
You run to your own body, going faster as you aren't inhibited by the friction of air or the limitations of a mortal form, and you head over there and you try to touch it. And as you're just about to touch it, there is an answer that goes through your head. A realization not of your own making, but one given to you. As you think, there is a way to stop all of this right now. There's a way to save everyone right now. And that is to succumb. Estelle,
Yes.
well, Estelle, and I should say Zoldan. There's a
Oh.
deal being made right now. You take one level in Great Old One Warlock right now and this ends. Don't, and we'll see.
Oh.
Like going to level 6 or taking away one level of druid.
Who
I'm
knows?
going to. My assumption is immediate in Warlock, but I don't know. Oh, okay. Great old one. Oh, this is fun. She genuinely considers it. For a brief moment, she genuinely considers allowing it. But she can. She promised Uncle Moss that she would stay unchanged. She knows she's going to get through this with her friends, family, and she needs to find Estelle, or not Estelle, Soleil and Luan, so that the three of them can maybe one day have a normal conversation about normal people things for once in how long? She's going to fight through this on her own power. Her own power and those she channels through the stars.
So that's a no.
No deal.
Leanna, I see your light lighting up, but I don't hear you.
I'm here.
Okay. As you become incapacitated, your vision fades to black and you feel yourself falling. And while your physical form stops, you feel yourself continue. And you drift deep, deep, deep underwater. And you find yourself underneath leagues of water. And below you again, that golden sun of light with the black slit in the middle staring up at you.
My friends and family need help. Let me out. Let me back.
Me. And you see him kind of almost correct himself. Help. And there's almost a gesture forward from the eye, moving slightly in your direction.
You want to help.
There's a groan that sounds angry.
You want my help.
There's a moment of pause as you hear rumbling. And you look off into the distance as to where that rumbling is. And you see the sea floor, the lake floor, rise up. And it seems to be ascending further and further, almost to the surface of the water. But then you realize this is not ground. This is an arm. And it seems to go over you like a shield.
You want to protect me from this because you need me to do something.
Pillar 1 of 3.
Another 1 of 3? Is that what it said?
Pillar 1 of 3.
Pillar 1 of 3, okay. What does that mean?
The eye slowly begins to close. As we go to passive.
Yo.
It is now the fighting initiative, so Big Boy is going to try and take some Big Boy slaps out of you.
Okay.
That is a 15, which misses.
No.
And that is a 19, which misses.
No.
So there are cuts and slashes, dents in your armor, but it's still holding true and holding strong against this entity. Your turn.
I'm going to stick it.
Okay, roll to hit.
It's a natural one.
Natural 1. Okay, you roll to, or you try to hit it, and as you do, it gets out of the way just enough. I'm going to say just because you have ridiculously high AC, it's going to get a reaction attack out of that.
Okay.
That's a 15, so it misses anyway.
Okay. As it had jumped back, and just fire it off at it. And just flavor-wise, that's a 16 to hit.
Okay. That hits.
Or 8 damage.
Okay.
And then try again for that, lodging it further in with the magic stone.
Did you actually fire it?
I mean, just magic stone as well.
I mean, so you shot the harpoon. You used the ranged attack of the harpoon.
I mean, flavor-wise. I mean, do you want me to roll with disadvantage?
I mean, if you moved back, then that would just be an attack of opportunity again.
Well, it just used its reaction.
That was a result of your natural one. That was essentially the punishment for it.
Okay.
Watch, it won't even fucking hit. So it's a 14. So it fucking missed anyway.
Yeah,
So
so did a 15 hit?
15 meets it, beats it.
Oh, sweet. Well, 5 damage.
5 damage. It's starting to look a little bit more rough. As Passeth, you're fighting off this creature, starting to bleed more. Still standing-ish. Yeah, that's just going to be a second. Estelle,
Yes.
what are you doing now?
Well, her consciousness is outside and she wants to get in. She needs to regain control. She needs to get back in her own body to be able to do anything, because she tried casting a spell, she tried touching Leanna to see if she's all right, and that didn't work. So if she can somehow regain herself, so to speak, then that is the primary objective, to help everyone else in the situation right now.
There is one way to get a hold of your body again.
And that is the deal.
Either that, or hope that your friends can hold out.
Well, she's going to be trying to do something. She doesn't want to just sit and wait. So, if, as ineffectual as it may be, she's going to try to see if she can muster any kind of magic through sheer willpower on her own in this state to help in the fight in some way.
Okay, definitely. When you are trying to muster magic, how is she interpreting, what is she calling on for this magic? Is she focusing on more of an emotional state? Is she asking for help from the stars? Is she reaching out from a memory? What is she using to focus?
At the current moment, it is it's a combination between emotions and memory. The strongest that she's feeling right now is the strongest memory at this current moment is most likely Soleil and Luan leaving, and the strongest emotion attached to that is how she felt when everything was just falling apart around her. The sadness, the not, she doesn't hate them, but there's still negative emotions of slight anger at the situation. Why is this happening? Sort of feeling. Not towards
Mhm.
the people, but towards the effects. But that emotion, it starts to slowly fade, and beneath that, that's the immediate thought, but the thought beneath that, the reasoning for that fear, that sadness, that hate is how much they mattered in the first place. First meeting them, first getting to actually talk with them, the joy of having someone that won't turn her away just for being alive, someone who would actually get to know her as a person and not a curse and stigma around her. The love, the acceptance, the hope for even living. And that is what she draws on in this moment.
Then I will
The love.
ask you, Estelle, to roll a charisma saving throw for me.
All right. That is a 4 plus 1 from the wording bond, so 5.
You focus on the emotion of the past, the emotion that you felt, the love, first the sadness and the not hate, but maybe a little bit of disdain, the loneliness, but then that transforms into love, and you try and focus, you try and manifest that feeling, but there is just a block, a much more powerful force that seems to be oppressing your attempt, something that is holding you down, like 1,000 pinpricks you feel on your back. You feel something keeping you from transferring yourself back to your original state. Leanna,
Mm-hmm.
you've gotten
here.
your... Yes, you've gotten your answer. The 3 pillars. Three pillars.
Pillar 1 of 3.
Mhm.
What pillars? What are you talking about? I need to get back.
You see a flex beneath the eye in the darkness, like the ground itself seems to shift. And then you hear a muttering. Roll an insight check.
22.
22. The hand came up and looked like the seabed. And now this sound that is different, yet distinctly similar from the voice you have been hearing is now muffled again. You're not just staring at an eye, but perhaps a whole face. And if it's muffled, that means
The hand is covering the mouth.
the hand is above you. It goes hand, you, and then I.
Okay. it's muffled, then the mouth is covered by something. Three pillars, three parts of the sea. The bed, the water, the current.
A shifting in the ground once more. This time agitated, impatient.
I don't understand. The floor, the water, the creatures within.
I will say, yeah, you would know this. Leanna,
Mm-hmm.
as you are trying to put together this situation in your head, you hear something above you. And there's a moment where this hand you see is indeed a hand, as it has a palm, an extension of fingers, and the thumb of this hand seems to come down in your direction. Roll me an acrobatics check.
26.
26. As the thumb comes down in your direction, and it seems like almost just Olympic-sized swimming pools of water being shifted in seconds as the thumb comes down. You're able to maneuver your body out of the way, dodging the attack. Leanna, would you like to take an attack of opportunity?
Yes.
Roll to hit.
With what?
Whatever you want.
Thrown card.
Special or regular?
Regular.
Okay.
21 to hit.
21 to hit. It hits. Roll damage.
That is 10 points of damage.
Would you like to... Where would you like to throw the card?
If the thumb's coming down at me and Leanna's seriously annoyed, under the thumbnail.
Oh.
As
Ow.
you throw the card and it hits the thumb, you see that there's a cracking from it. The hit hits much harder as it's amplified by many fold as it hits the thumb, and you see the crust, the earth that was embedded on this hand seems to break apart, and you see flesh now underneath it. Roll me another insight check.
13.
13. It's weird. There was ground and earth covering him. And one moment he was protecting you, and now he's attacking you. It's almost like he wants you to attack him. Perhaps you remove the crust from his hand. Perhaps you could remove more. And we go to Paseth. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry we're running long, guys.
I don't
No
care.
problem.
This is good.
great and very stressful.
I love
yeah,
this.
we're good.
Keep going.
Okay,
I'm
good.
good to go for another hour. I don't care. I'm good for another hour.
Okay, Paseth. Roll me an intelligence saving throw.
Okay, come on, buddy, come on. Oh, natural 20.
Natural 20.
29.
As you feel the teeth almost about to chomp into your brain again, you are focused and you are dedicated, and you brush that shit off like it's nothing, focusing more on the task at hand. And then there's another moment in which you hear a familiar voice. One not from your past, your family, your kin. No. Paseth, you hear a voice from your nightmares. As ever since you were a small child, there was always the tale of sin. A tale of a man, creature, thing that roamed the unseelie court. And there was not a fairy, a pixie, an entity in the Seelie court that didn't know this entity. And you hear his voice in your head. So, you thought a distraction would stop me from finding you? I smell you, Bassett. Sharuknatau was stop number 1, but I will find you wherever you run. And now the creature's gonna take a couple swipes at you. That's a... What? That's a 19 to hit.
Nope.
That's a 24 to hit.
Shield.
Okay. Yeah. As it finds all like, oh, I got a hit in. You're like, nope, fuck all of this. Yeah. Okay. That's its turn. It is now your turn, Paseth.
I couldn't reply to that message at all. Yeah, know what? Come get me, you fucker. As I just keep on just stabbing into this giant brain.
Okay. You will roll these attacks at disadvantage.
Okay. That's a 15.
15 hits. Meets it, beats it.
For 7 damage.
It's starting to look real rough.
1 more. Ooh, that's pretty good.
Alright, let's see what we got.
There we go, 22 to hit.
22 hits.
Ah, minimum damage 6.
6, add 4 left. As you
Oh,
sink the Yikawa or the harpoon into it once more, it lets out a shriek of pain as the black ooze seems to engulf it and it melts to the floor once more, its limbs gone. Passeth, you are left alone in a room with Liana on the floor and Estelle floating in the air.
what the fuck is going on? I will put a spell slot into Box Spot to get the moss growing over him. So he's being repaired.
Okay. While you're repairing him, I'm going to go over to Estelle.
Okay.
Alright.
Estelle, you see that passeth one, but you know that's not all that's here.
Okay. So, at the current moment, with that, for the moment, gone, still trying to, no matter what, still just trying to find some way to do something to get back to herself or to cast magic through this, just anything. She is still focusing hard, focusing strong, and now the memories turn from Soleil and Luan and towards the group, towards having newfound family in Leanna and her family, but also having finally another new friend in Passeth and having show change, and with Laurel finding out she was sick, but then almost immediately after she was healed, just focusing on positive interactions, focusing on connections, friends and family, and drawing on them. And I am only now realizing as I'm saying that I'm using the power of friendship. Let's go!
If you wish to draw on your bonds, roll me another charisma save.
Come on,
Ooh, that was a 19. It was a natural 19. The bonus makes it a 21. And with the warding bond from Passeth, it's a total of 22.
22. As all these memories collide and you use that emotion, that power, you focus on it and you focus on your very being itself to be something else, to not be where you are right now. And you hear as those 1,000 pinpricks try to hold you down, 1,000 eyes, 1,000 eyes, don't, and you hear the words try to crawl into your head one more time, but you push it out. You focus on Passeth, you focus on your niece, and you find yourself physical again. Although you still see yourself floating in the air. There are 2 Estelles.
What? Oh, what are you?
Estelle's the one that's floating. Their head turns 360 and then looks back down at you. I am you. We are one.
Oh. Oh, that's fun. Alright. Well, if you really are me, then you know what my response to all of this situation is. And at the current moment, I'm not sure if I'm physical or if you're still stuck in me, but I would very kindly like myself back, please.
Very well. Easy enough. And Estelle extends her arm out to you. Then join me. Us. The stars.
I'm quite content where I am, thank you. They're beautiful to gaze at, but to join in whatever this is, I'm not quite sure I want any part of that. So if you would kindly get out of me, and we can all be on our merry way. And now, able to feel that connection, she's using, usually drawing through the stars for her power. She's calling on the same power that she used to break free now. And a little bit of, tell me if this is okay to say or not, I'm imagining the tattoos glowing the normal color as she draws on that power. Or at least the separate me, not the me that's floating, the me that's talking to me.
Yeah, the you that is on the ground currently. Because you are physical.
Oh.
Yeah, you succeeded your charisma save. You are a physical entity. Passeth can now see you. There are 2 Estelles.
All right.
So the more shinier one is the real you?
Oh, you can. At all this time, it never really clicked that she's physical now. But having Casa say that, uh, the uh, the 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 Estelle on the ground raises her hand. Real me. And turning back to the Estelle that's floating, waiting to see if she will respond or if still just conversational or whatever.
She's still conversational. There's a smile on her face. Given the fact that she just did an exorcist with her head is still unnerving, but the smile seems to be just like your normal, everyday smile. Her eyes match yours.
Alright, I assume that you can't really do that with your neck. So that's
I would be
definitely a fake you.
No, it's just as real. Just not me.
That's terrifying, and I hope that didn't kill you.
We are separate, but we are still one.
So, wait. He said that I'm more of a fey side, so you're more of, I assume,
What one would
whatever that
call an aberration. Yes. Now, we cannot be separate for long. It wouldn't. And she looks up into the sky that is beyond the ceiling that would appear based on normal sight. We have an audience waiting. Please. And she extends her hand out to you again.
Well, you said it yourself. We are one. So I suppose being separate like this probably isn't the best for our health now, is it?
Nor our sanity.
Alright. Well, I will say this though. No deals, no nothing. I want to be completely and utterly me after this. And she is going to go roughly how high is she floating up?
About 3 feet.
Alright. She is Estelle on the ground is going to move over to the floating Estelle and is her arm within arm's reach, or would I have to jump or float up to her to grab it?
It's within arm's reach.
Alright. Then she will she'll take her hand, and whatever comes of it will come of it.
And as you grab a hold of each other, the Estelle floating in the air says, "Our destiny was never our own. We were born from a deal." Leanna,
Mm-hmm.
you are floating in the ocean and have just attacked an entity vaster than your imagination before could handle. And you get the idea, maybe you should do it again.
Yeah. All right. And it's within range, so I won't have disadvantage on a throw?
Yes.
All right. She is going to use a special card.
Okay.
$23 to hit.
That definitely hits.
The Reaper. 10 points of damage and wild magic.
Death. Okay. Okay. Let me fucking do this. Oh, wow. That was
Chaos.
chaos. which one's a good one? I'm gonna pick it at random. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger, you. Okay. I think it'd be more fun if I got someone else to roll. But it would make too much sense if Leanna did it. Pass Seth, roll me a D100.
Yeah, sir. $18. Come on, potted plant.
What the fuck?
What?
Oh.
What does it mean?
Is it
Oh.
the fireball?
Ooh, okay. Give me a second.
What? What is 18?
Did I mess you up and give you a fireball?
Uh,
I have a feeling it's
Okay.
worse than a fireball.
Oh boy. Okay. I'll just fucking read this. You cast Time Stop. After its effect ends, you cast Finger of Death on yourself.
What?
I didn't even know that was an option.
I picked a random wild table off of Google Images.
Oh.
I do not just use the basic wild table. That's too predictable. So,
Oh no.
when you take a moment, everything seems to freeze. Pauses in time. And you float.
Yeah, I just looked it up. I cannot survive a finger of death.
I understand this. But the thing is that as I ruled before, I believe, because, hold on one second. There was one that says you, hold on, what was it? Because when you use the Reaper on Puddlefoot, you hit it and then it took the effects because it became invisible, you did not.
Ah, right.
Everything
Right.
else was affected.
Oh, no.
Gives the creature that you hit the wild magic effect.
Indeed. I was like, wait, no, there's something weird about this because I could have swore I planned for this. Okay, let me just look up the damage dice again. That is 78 plus 30. Okay, got it. As
Yeah, it's that plus 30 that really messes you up.
Yeah.
as you launch this special card, it's almost like it turns into a scythe as it buries into what part of the entity?
I was just throwing it at the closest crust-covered thing I could get to.
Okay.
That
I would
was
say,
within throw range.
let me just say this, range does not matter in this plane.
Okay.
So I'm going to say that you throw this straight down as it's the easiest thing to hit, and it's right there. You throw it, and as it glides down through the water, cutting through it like air, it's almost like a scythe as it hits. And everything stops. And there's a moment when it looks like the crust is about to burst and it freezes. And then you see a hand covered in fire and bony, large, and it touches down where you hit. There is an explosion of energy. Rocks and shards come flying in your direction as you see the crust come off, and you see a cheek, you see a lip, you see a nose, you see a giant under the water. And in that moment, you feel yourself grabbed as the giant begins to stand up.
Oh.
And that is where we will end it this week.
No. Ah, one more hour.
How much damage did the Finger of Death do?
A fuck ton. Let's just say, oh god, where fucking was it? Oh god, hold on. I accidentally closed out the page, so let's just make this fun. I will roll it for everyone. 7d8 plus 30. That did 67 points of necrotic damage.
Ooh.
Plus 10 from the card.
Oh yeah, 77.
Then you're welcome. I did it.
You did something, all right.
Yeah. So,
Oh no.
We're in the thick of it now.
Yeah.
Thank you all who are listening to this nearly 5-hour program.
5. Oh.
Didn't feel like 5.
Oh. I kind of want to make it 6.
It's D&D. You'd need to have it go for a good long time.
But I will say thank you to everyone who is watching. We appreciate it. And boy howdy, can't wait to see what happens next Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm excited. I'm terrified, but I'm excited. You're doing great work, Bigby.
You're terrified. I'm terrified.
Bye everyone.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.